Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
How are you all? It's Dave here, and you can't see me. I'm in camouflage. It's hard, I know, but trust me, I'm here. I'm here. And Tim Seanor is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. You may know him from Disclosure Tonight and Thomas Fessler's crew. Well, we're going to talk about his UFO experience and how he got hooked on searching for answers with UFOs tonight. It's a great story. Before we bring Tim in, and yes, he does look like Howie Mandel. He really does. Before we bring him in, let's talk and say hello to everybody in our chat room tonight. Back in the gold medal position where he belongs, race fan. Snakes on a UFO taking home the silver. Mennonite Abe with the bronze medal tonight. There he is. And there's our gorgeous Ann B. How are you? Grandpa Holland. Hope things are well down in Australia. John Swan. How you doing, buddy? Nice to have you here. Acreon, good to see you. The gorgeous Cosmic Fleur, always a pleasure to have you here. Davy Jones Locker. Vash the Impaler is here. Vash the Impaler will be impaling autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind. To the left of the studio. Jeffrey DeRuin. Wes H., how you guys doing? Awesome Ann Palmer. Eris Manna, how are you? Thanks for coming on in as we continue on with roll call. Sabrina Rayenga, welcome to SOR. Chat, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Todd Purdon, stunning. Samantha Hazelwood Gray, how are you? Dog next door. The Lip Blade. Yeah, the Lip Blade is here. Goober Bear, what's happening? Hi, awesome Arlene Adkins-Zell. Welcome back. And Doug Shelby is here, everyone. The Doug Shelby has arrived. The Michael Leger has arrived with the Doug Shelby. Look at that. Holy cow. Terry Hall, what's happening? Champ Campbell is here. Champ will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind. To the right of the studio. Sally Vandevoort, thank you so much. They're our Dutch princess for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. The Super Chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on a nightly basis. So thank you so much, Sally. We love you around here. Raven is Ryan. Thanks for coming on in. The gorgeous Anne Celine. We love you at KPNL. And Moist Alien. Very damp indeed. So damp, it's moist. Moist. Luscious Jules. Moist. Is here. Hi, Luscious Jules. Who else we got? Let's see here. Dim de dim. This rolls off the tongue so nicely. Try it for yourself. Dim de dim. Love it. Digger Dog, how are you? My man Millennium, how you doing, brother? Richard Elmore, nice to see you. The scowling Greg O'Brien. There he is. The scowling one, Greg O'Brien. Noble Patrick, $5,900. How are you? Good to see you guys. Doug Stevenson, lay down. I know, but I'm doing a show here, man. What, you want to go out? Hold on. I got to let my dog out. Hold on here. I got to start the radio side. Tim, hold on. You hold on here. Okay, Doug Stevenson, let's go. Let's go. Quick. Okay, can't have distractions like this during the radio time, man.
Absolutely typical. Always left to steer the show, pilot the ship, all by myself. Spaced Out Radio rocks.
Damn, Doug Stevenson interrupting a show like that. Oh, just no professionalism in him. No professionalism. Carlos, how are you? Welcome to our channel. Robert Garcia, good to see you back. Steve Wolf, thanks for coming on in. Carfunibre, and the gorgeous and talented Cryptid Huntress. Brown Dwarf, thanks for joining us. Rui, what's happening? Dim. Almeniel, what's happening? Thanks for coming on in. Natalie in the UK, good morning to you. Paradigma Theories, welcome to SOR chat. The gorgeous Gloria, how are you? Steve K, welcome to the show. Eli, welcome back. The gorgeous Jen A, Robert Lamoth, Bigfoot Rob, good to see you guys. The gorgeous Dirt Road, John Slaymaker, welcome to SOR chat. Everybody, I ran out of time. Do me a favor, horns up. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, Odyssey Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a great show for you tonight. Tim Seanor is here. He's going to join us to tell us about the Tic Tacs flying around Washington State. In hour 3, we got a great story from Mr. Swamp Dweller, and the fedora-wearing John Hudson will be by with the latest in UFO news. Shirky Poo's got the news as well. Tim Seanor was an eyewitness to an event that took place on July 5th, 2019 at Rockaway Beach in Bainbridge Island, Washington. He was accompanied by his father, Donald, along with other family members, to witness an event that defies the norm, from Tic Tac UFOs and much more. Tim is also a panelist on Disclosure Tonight Weekly with Thomas Fessler on YouTube, good friends of this show, where he helps discuss and debate all news surrounding UAP topics. Let's meet the man right now. Tim Seanor, welcome to Spaced Out Radio for the first time. Thank you so much for joining us, my man.
Dave Scott, thank you so much for having me, buddy. It's so great to be on your show finally.
It is. You've been a long-time fan, and, I'll be honest with you, man. You're usually in our chat room as Anonymous Rex. I don't know if I'm supposed to give that up or not, but I guess it's too late. But
no, it's not secret.
But I mean, I had no idea that you were working with our good friend Thomas Fessler and Disclosure Tonight, and you were coming into our chat room since about 2019 here. So, you're a man of secrets here. Secrets.
Not really. I mean, sort of, but not really. I put my life pretty much out there after I had this experience in 2019. I'm not in front of the camera guy. I'm actually a filmmaker, and I'm usually on the other side of the camera. And I was always a bad public speaker, funnily enough, and I didn't do well in acting classes in film school. I was much better at directing and writing and producing. And so this is really a step out of my comfort zone, being on camera and talking about a topic like this especially is really difficult. Because it's a topic filled with so many minefields, bud. It's a tough one.
It very much is. And, I got to tell you, being a radio guy, I have had a lot of troubles adjusting to being on YouTube. I mean, dude, look at this. This is not pretty. Okay. This is what you call a face for
Oh,
radio.
I disagree, buddy. I
No,
disagree.
no.
You style the chin candy, as I have coined it. You got to have a little something. You keep people interested in your face, for a little while. You shave it. You're a great host. Don't sell yourself short. You're a handsome guy. Forget
That's
about
why that's why I got to go like this every now and again, so that way I get the smaller picture, and you looking like
Right.
Howie Mandel gets the bigger
Right.
picture. But the
Right. I
whole
get that a
idea
lot.
Yeah, but the whole idea behind it is this, this field, for some reason, it always morphs into pushing your uncomfortability with things. Like, you're not, you and me have in common. We're not comfortable being in front of cameras. We're trying to find out what's going on in this world with UFOs and UAP and whatever acronym you want to call it these days, because it's always changing. But for you, before this Bainbridge Island incident, did you believe in UFOs? Did you believe in the phenomena?
No, no, not in any way, shape, or form. Um, I did have a book on it as a kid, and I remember kind of knowing a little bit about Area 51. I think, obviously I watched all of the cinematic films that came out in the 80s, big Steven Spielberg fan. But again, this was just entertainment for me because I grew up in a family of scientists. And so being raised in upstate New York by two very conservative scientists with PhDs, um, I was looking up in the skies and explaining everything I was seeing pretty easily, from a very young age. And my mother was a science teacher, and so she would bring home a telescope that we had a flat roof, and I would go up there on clear nights and stargaze for hours. And so I was raised looking up in the sky and being totally comfortable knowing everything that was going on up there. So, no, not a believer in anything really paranormal. I've never seen a ghost that I'm aware of. Never had repeating dreams or anything strange before this happened. Um, yeah, no, this was a slap in the face for me in 2019. The story that I'm going to relay to you guys, if you're not familiar with it, was a life shaking moment. 2 minutes of my life that I'll never forget. And it's kind of, slow motion. I remember every detail, and I've remembered everything that's been in connection with this since. So, yeah.
We're gonna get into that at the when we come back from break at the bottom of the hour. But I want to continue and get my audience to know you a little bit here.
Sure.
Coming from a family of scientists where you were always gazing up at the stars, and then you have this happen as an adult in life where you're supposed to be able to think and do things rationally. I'm very curious regarding, the change. You said it was 2 minutes that changed your life forever. I mean,
Yeah.
it's hard to believe, that a whole 2 minutes, 120 seconds can absolutely mind blow you and change your entire perspective of life. So fast forwarding here, how have you changed as a man, a father, a husband, a researcher? How explain you to me now?
Yeah, totally different. So it took me kind of a while to internalize what I'd seen. And it took a little time. So my entire family saw this. There was 9 family members that saw it. I've got some family in the background you guys might be
That's
able to hear.
that's okay.
Yeah,
But children and
full house.
dogs are allowed on this show, and cats, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah,
I think once we had a bird.
that's great. Um, so for me, I had pretty much formulated my career, and I was comfortable doing that. As a filmmaker, independent filmmaker, I hadn't really stretched into documentaries at that point. And after this, um, I've been pretty focused on trying to capture uh, data, if you want to just kind of call it that, as a wide net for now, on the UAP and form a few documentaries or a series based on my findings and some of the interviews of people around hotspots. So that's affected my career greatly, because I've gone from doing, independent features and national commercials to just this. Of course, it did kind of coincide with my wanting to be a stay-at-home dad and be close to my folks who are up in Seattle, and I live in Oregon. So it fit kind of strangely enough into my plan. And when I came home from this sighting, within a month, the public network that I work for right here in Salem reached out to me to do a UFO series. And this was right before COVID. So strangely enough, I got involved in a UFO show, and I never would have even considered doing that before. But I came at it with a totally different aspect and a different view, because I'd had this experience. And I think that it really helped that show a lot, actually. But my relationships have been affected a little bit too, because obviously my whole family saw this and we talked about it, instantly. And I think we all, based on our background, so I've got some ex-military in my family, and they were, everyone just kind of internalized the information differently, because it was definitely undeniable. And the photographs that I have kind of were the big question mark, because having something tangible, some evidence to back up what you've just seen, really brings it into light, where you can get data, metadata off the photographs themselves, and then data from measuring what you can see in the photograph, and get real altitude and distances and speeds and things like that. So when my family all looked at this, they all kind of internalized it differently, and I think eventually put it into a box. We all were pretty sure this was undeniable. It was really fast speeds and things like that that made this a standout, something that we all saw in the sky very clearly.
Right.
And I think, like I said, each one of us internalized it very differently. Some
Absolutely.
of us, yeah,
I
some
want
of
to
us are
ask
really stuck with.
I want to ask you, I mean, on your personal quest, you hooked up with a great friend of ours on Spaced Out Radio, Thomas Fessler, in Disclosure Tonight, which does a program right before ours on YouTube. And we always tell all of our listeners, if you haven't subscribed to Thomas yet, go hit that subscribe button. It's very,
Yeah,
very informative programming. And
yeah.
how did you hook up with Thomas, and what made you feel that you needed to expand your own daily horizons of this subject, where instead of looking at it from an outside perspective like you were as an experiencer, as most of our listeners who have seen UFOs have been, but you decided to take that leap to get into the live programming side with Thomas and Disclosure Tonight, and be a focal point of conversation? What happened there?
I'm terrible at typing, and I couldn't get my questions in quick enough. So I thought I'd just join the show. It'd be easier.
Really?
Uh, no, but kind of. I mean, in a way. I'm a really inquisitive person, and this has been something that has been gnawing at me since I had my experience. Initially, I wanted answers. Like I thought I'd get a military answer, or something pretty mundane from MUFON, and I'd be on my way with my life. But instead, I've got nothing but question marks, and this was considered within 5% of the unexplainable. So I was on a search for answers, and I visited your show, back in 2019, and I was throwing super chats up all the time. Love your show, loved all your guests, and loved the topic. Couldn't get enough. And it was all new to me. And for the first time ever, I was watching shows like yours and Thomas's, asking these questions in the chat from a real perspective, where I'd had a real experience that I needed answers for, and these were people that had those answers. I'm not looking for the big answer because nobody knows that. But there's a lot of little pieces that go into the puzzle, and I was starting to put them together. And I had no understanding of ancient astronauts. I had no understanding of current military incursions and how to figure out what I'm really looking at in the sky. And Thomas's show was one of those shows that kind of blended everything, a little bit of fun, which is important because, I mean, I got my start doing comedy, believe it or not. I was doing stand-up comedy in college. And
Well, you
that's
are Howie Mandel twin.
yeah,
So
I used to have really long hair and a ponytail, believe it or not. And that was my shtick. I had a man bun before they were man buns.
treated.
I don't know why I would admit that, but yeah. So Thomas's show really kind of resonated with me, and he as a host didn't take himself too seriously, which I think is important. He's a no-nonsense guy, and he's super intelligent, and he's really well connected, which I didn't know before I met him, but that was just a friend with benefits is a benefit, and I can't say it in any other way than he's a wonderful person. And if you, as you know, an incredible confidant and friend. And so for me to go on his show is more just a reciprocation of that friendship and an extension of that friendship. And the fact that I've gotten to talk with Rob and Greg O'Brien on such a regular basis, for me, has been the biggest journey. Like, I've learned more from that group than any book, any movie, any experience. So, they're constantly asking the questions that I think everyone's asking and getting me to think outside of the box. And I think that's really important for us all to be doing, I would think. And so that's why I dedicated my time to him back, because he has dedicated so much of his time to me personally. And also it's fun. It's a lot of fun, and it's a fun topic. And every day I learn something new and my opinion changes, and that's why.
Yeah.
That's why I do the show.
I can understand.
Love inspiration. Yeah.
Yeah, I can totally understand that and appreciate that. And Thomas and I became very good friends. I noticed the programming about 8-9 months ago, and I've been very, very pleased with the knowledge and the smarts that come out of that, and the panel with Rob and Greg and numerous other people that come on in and that Thomas has put together. I mean, it's a solid program, and you have to, if you want to move the ball forward, you need informative programming that has focus. Thomas's show is, for our listeners who don't know, it's a very much more, it's a laid back, very serious news type show. It's got a great focus. It's much different than what we do here. We're more into the woo. We're more into the storytelling and people's experiences, whereas they are much about the news of the day. What's going on? What are the hot button topics? And, when you can blend the two into a 5-hour performance in one night, people will all of a sudden say we're in cahoots or something like that, but we really aren't. It's just a respectable friendship between both shows that have great angles.
Yeah.
But I mean, it works, man. And it works well.
Other.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Thomas gave you that opportunity to join that, because otherwise, it's stories like yours, Tim, that get buried. Okay, I look at all of our audience members in our chat room, and I, as a host, have seen these names, some of them for 5-6 years, following us.
Yeah,
I don't know their full story. I don't know why they're interested here. Some people want to talk about it. Other people just want to listen because they don't want to talk about their issues. You know what I'm saying? Or what they perceive to be issues. And this is what it all comes down to, is letting people know. I mean, you're a professional, you're a filmmaker, you're a documentarian, a television guy, a commercial guy. I mean, like you said before, this stuff isn't supposed to happen to people like you, Tim.
Right. Right. Or maybe it is. I came across a guy in the chat about a year ago. And I think it was Disclosure Tonight, perhaps. We were on one of these chats and he was in the chat and he was like, I'm from Oregon. I'm like, I'm from Oregon. And his name is Terry Hall, and he's an out there UFO doctor. This guy lives in Oregon, and I think we met online in Germany or Denmark, something like that. Anyways, we have chuckles about that. Anyways, this is a relationship that I struck up where I met someone that was deeply understanding of what this is all about. And I was able to be completely honest with some of the experiences that I was having. And he helped me actually get really grounded and able to come on Thomas's show and things like that and talk about this. And he worked with me for, I think, 6 months, to get me to a place where I could even really fathom what was going on with me. Because it wasn't just affecting me, it's affecting family members, and I'm witnessing that too. So there's like elements of it that I kind of felt pressure to figure out. And so it's guidance that I have found online. I got to be honest with you. I've had an incredibly great online experience. I never had Twitter up until recently. I never did YouTube until 2019. Like literally when I was investigating UFO, it was when I started getting on YouTube. I just didn't have time. But now I'm kind of wanting to put little blurbs out. If I find some footage that's interesting, I'm like trying to network that out and see what's out there. So I think there's a progression with an experience,
Mm-hmm.
Either you just totally let it go or it hangs with you.
No, and you're very right on that one. When you look at we got 2 minutes, by the way, before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. Tim Seanor is our guest. Tim, when you look at the entire field of ufology, especially, being part of Disclosure Tonight, we're good friends here on this show as well. There's a lot of good, there's a lot of bad, and there's a lot of ugly out there that are talking about this subject. Now, I don't want to get into the drama or anything like that because we try and stay away from that here. We let, other shows worry about what's happening around the world in a whiny way. But nonetheless, we try to keep an eye out. What do you like about this field and what do you not like? We got about 90 seconds.
Yeah, I like the people. I like all the people and all the opinions and all the stories. And what I don't like is that I can't tell what's real and what isn't because I can't source very well. Everything sounds credible to me now that I've had my experience. So it takes help for me to be able to discern what, how I should source material, who should I really listen to? And I need to deeply think on some of the stuff that I want to believe and just make sure that I only believe the stuff that I can actually prove, which at this point is practically nothing. So I'm still open, but sourcing material, I think, is the downside personally, because there's a lot of garbage out there on the internet in the world.
Right. It's very tough. It's very tough. And you know what? You have to just try and, keep straight. And this is why, a number of months ago, I said, you know what? We're going to start refocusing back on what's important to us. And that's our show. If there's drama or, other people want to talk bad about other shows, and there's a few of them out there that just go out there to slag nightly, we're not going to be a part of that. We're not going to take that road. Our audience doesn't need their time wasted with things like that. And you know what? I think it's made us better. I really do think it's made us better. Tim, I'm going to get you to hold on right there as we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Tim Seanor is here from Disclosure Tonight on Thomas Fessler's channel. And we're going to get into his amazing sighting of a Tic Tac back in 2019 on Spaced Out Radio. All right, we're clear. And hello, Simply Coco. You are looking lovely tonight. Could you please give us an update on what your drink of the night is for tonight's show? We would appreciate that. Thank you very much, beautiful. and I'm going to guess sangria tonight. It's a Friday night. I'm going to guess sangria. Good start, Tim.
Thanks,
Good,
bud.
solid start.
It's so hard to talk about myself. I'm so not interested in me, really. But you know what? The sighting is awesome. And so that's really why I came out, in the beginning, because it's just so awesome. You got a lot of friends in the chat. You got a great chat audience, by the way.
Tonight
I've
is
noticed.
busy.
Yeah.
Tonight is busy. I'll tell you, earlier this week, I don't know if you caught it or not, but we did an amazing show with Jimmy Church on Monday night.
I did catch that.
Yeah, we did a simulcast where I was on his show, and then when his show ended, or we simulcasted together for 1 hour, and then we went over to his show, or he came over to us for another hour, and it was the first time we did that. And there's a lot of his listeners that are in here tonight who are like, "Hey, didn't know that this was afterwards, and now they're listening." So it was wonderful, and we welcome them all. We welcome everybody here.
Jimmy's show is another one that was one of the ones that I started watching pretty regularly, obviously. Incredible guests. And Jimmy's got that voice, man. How can you not love Jimmy Church? Come on. The guy is just
that voice
classic.
is golden. That voice is golden. Hello, gorgeous Alicia Carey Wyatt down in Texas. Evan Walters, welcome back. And who else has come on in here? Yeah, that was fantastic. And so I've noticed that there's a lot more of his listeners coming on in here because Friday night he doesn't broadcast. So now they're like, wow, hey, Jimmy's not on Friday night. Now we have something to listen to. And, it's really kind of cool. Hi, Margie O. How are you? And Mennonite Abe, you can't see me. That's right, because I'm wearing camouflage. That's right. Yeah, like here's Rafin. I'm a new fan because of Jimmy. I mean, that's a perfect example. And Jimmy, when I was on his show, he said something. He asked a real important question right off the bat. He's like, you're kind of competition to me, and we kind of overlap that 1 hour. He goes, but everybody wants people in this field not to like each other. And we both kind of had this conversation, like, why does it have to be that way? You know what I'm saying?
I didn't get that. When I first got into this and I was watching Unidentified Celebrity Review and the first Big Phone Home and all of his work, I saw a bunch of people united. And this is kind of when I was first starting to watch, and I was like, this is awesome. So when I saw you on there, and I think, wasn't Jimmy on there? I think he was. There was just like a gathering of people. Like I saw everyone united through that, and I thought that was amazing. That was some great work that Lou did there. And I think that's what we need more of. And so it surprises me to hear you say that, because your interview with him was great, and what a wealth of knowledge he is. Jimmy is a true rock star in this field.
Oh, definitely. And God, he's got that voice.
Yeah, and the hair.
I'm not, I think I got him on the hair. I mean, his is a nicer color than mine, but I got him on the hair. Okay.
Well, he has hair. I mean, I've got none, so I'd take a brown bag on my head at this point.
Yeah. You
got
actually.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, people bust my chops a little about my hair, and they're like, was it hard losing your hair? And I was like, I never lost it. It's actually in a brown bag. I keep it under my sink and I wear it at parties.
Nice. I'm going to get you to hold on right there. And let's see here. I want to say a big thank you to Sally, Samantha, Carlito, Doug, Thomas, and Heidi for the amazing super chats tonight. The super chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. Thank you to all our new listeners who've hit subscribe and rang that bell. We really appreciate it. And of course, to all the veterans out there who are tuning us on in, we love you. Thank you so much for doing what you do on a daily basis. Here we go with the second half hour. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate you tuning us on in and us earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Tonight, we're going to learn the story of Tim Seanor. You may recognize Tim if you're a fan of Thomas Fessler's Disclosure Tonight, where often during the week Tim is a panelist, but he's also a UAP experiencer. This is a man who in 2019, did not believe in UFOs. He thought the whole thing was garbage. He thought it was a bunch of tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists who worked the night shift at 7-Eleven who were making up all of these sightings and stories until July of 2019, where he's on a family vacation at Bainbridge Island, Washington State. Tim, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, Dave.
All right, let's go back in time, 2.5 years. Bainbridge Island, you're meeting all of your family in Washington State. Tell us about the day leading up to this. Why were you there?
So my parents have a house on Bainbridge Island, a gorgeous house that overlooks the Puget Sound directly across from Seattle, like literally directly across from Seattle. A quick 2-minute walk down to a little beach called Rockaway, and you just have the Puget Sound in front of you. So a really beautiful part of the world. And my folks have had a house there for going on 20 years now. So they're pretty familiar with the area and definitely familiar with the skies and things like that and the air traffic and stuff like that. So in fact, they have big bay windows that look out across the water, and so you're always seeing the air traffic and everything. You can see the stadium. It's a gorgeous part of the world. I love Seattle. And of course, the ferries that cross there at night that are all lit up and things like that. So you get very familiar with the area when you're living there. So this was July 5th of 2019. And it was around 2:00 in the afternoon, and my whole family was up celebrating because it was my birthday. My birthday is July 6th. And so we were all together celebrating that. We do it every year. So anyways, the whole family decided to go down to the beach because it was the lowest tide of the year also. And this was a big reason why they were all down there, because you were able to scavenge along the beaches much further out than you usually are. So you can get big shells and you can get to a cave that usually you can't get to and things like that. Or at least you can get there, but you'd get wet. So the family decided to go down there ahead, leaving behind myself and my wife and my middle son of 5 kids. So he was the second oldest. He decided to stay back at the house with me and my wife. My mom and dad drove in their vehicle, and my sister, they took vehicles down there because of the size of the family, and my little ones like to get changed sometimes right after. Anyways, they took 2 vehicles down there. And they went ahead and started scavenging on the beach for a little while. Around 2:05, I think it was, I decided I would go down to the beach to kind of help collect the family. And my parents are both in their 80s, so I just like to kind of be there to help them whenever they're out of the house, if I can be there. So I drove my truck down so that I could kind of pile people in if I needed to, and hopped out of my vehicle and walked along the edge of the water where the Puget Sound would be on my left and a little ridge with some seating would be on my right, where my parents were seated up on a little ridge. And the rest of the family was actually just making their way up the beach, which is a rocky beach. They were making their way up towards me as I was approaching.
Okay, so,
Excuse me. Yeah.
here you are. Here you
Mhm.
are, getting ready to spend a day with the family, birthday celebrations, nothing like this on your mind.
Right.
How long after you made it to the beach did you start noticing something odd?
So as I approached my parents, my mom was kind of fixated up into the sky, and she pointed up over my shoulder and said, "Did you hear that?" And I was kind of like, "No, I didn't hear anything." I looked up towards where she was pointing and didn't quite look at what she was looking at that moment. Um, and I was like, "No, I didn't hear anything." And right as I said that, my sister's oldest son pointed up into the air and said, "Oh, look, a saucer." Like, yelled
Oh,
it
really?
and pointed directly up at this thing. Um, so that directed my attention, obviously, directly. All of us looked up to where he was pointing, and it looked like a silver disc was hovering in the sky above us, silent. Um, so that was kind of like a whoa moment because you're like running through the gamut of what it could be. And you're like, it does look like a disc. And so I reached for my phone because that's the filmmaker in me. I'm going to grab a video or pictures, and I didn't have it on me. And so I realized that and was like, boom, I'm scampering back to my truck about 50 meters to go and grab my phone off the dash. And I scamper back to the area where my folks were, just right to the position where I was, and lifted my phone up. And I couldn't see the disc at the time, but I snapped a photo off at the cloud that I remembered it being by, if that makes any sense. So, and that's actually going to correlate to photo one that I have here. If you want to display those at some point.
Let me just pull them up here because they are pretty incredible here. And I do want people to understand what we're talking about and what we are getting at the same time. So for our radio fans, Tim actually captured pictures of this phenomena here. So Tim, what are we looking at here?
That is the disc, a blurry, unfortunately, photo of the disc. Um, it wasn't static by the time I was taking pictures of it. It was kind of moving in more like it's kind of hard. This is going to come up. How it moves is kind of odd. It like disappears and reappears. Um, and so it was kind of moving away from me a little bit, and it would disappear and reappear, and I would snap this photo, and it would kind of be moving away and then disappear, and then it would reappear slowly, kind of moving away, and then it would be like over there. And so I was just kind of like taking wide shots of the clouds that I would see it near. Is the best way I can explain it at the time, because it was small. Um, right at the time that I took this photograph with my naked eye, I noticed what looked like a little sparkle or a spark kind of emanating from it, is what I thought at the time. Um, and it would be kind of at the 1 o'clock position, then it would be at 9 o'clock, and then it would, kind of fizzle, and then it would be suddenly down at 6 o'clock, and then it'd be up at midnight, just kind of um, hovering around the disc itself. It really odd to see with the naked eye. And the best way I can describe it, and this is actually my mother's description, was it acted like a hummingbird gathering nectar from a flower. How it would hover here and then suddenly dart over to here, and then it'd be like over there, around the disc. So in the photographs, I determined that to be the Tic Tac. But at the time, I didn't see that.
Were you facing north, west, east, south at this time?
So this photograph is from Rockaway Beach facing east towards Seattle, a little south.
All right. So for our radio listeners, it's a cloudy day with little patches of blue sky, typical of the West Coast, where it is rainforest. There is a small mountain area that is filled with houses across the bay, and up in the sky there happens to be this weird, blurry little disc-like Tic Tac in the sky that has two black dots under it. I mean, those little black dots, were they actually on the craft, or were they actually maybe the propulsion system giving off energy from the craft?
Yeah, it just looked like a solid silver disc to me at the time. And it was really hard to even see it with my naked eye as it was moving away. Because like I said, it was tricking my eye. It would disappear and reappear somewhere else. So it was really hard to gather, like a photograph. These were pretty wide just because I was not knowing where it was going to show up next. Yeah, it moved kind of like a dash across the sky. You know what I mean? It would, and in fact, in one of my photos I have here, there's absolutely nothing in the frame. Where it seems like the object, like even though I know it was there, because I could see it when I took the picture, it wasn't in the image anywhere. And I scanned these images and put them through quite a few little techniques to bring out all of the image. So, yeah.
Let's go to photograph number 2 here, because here you can actually see it in the main photograph.
And it looks like it's got like a haze around it or something.
I'm not gonna lie, it looks like an 80s ghetto blaster in the sky. It does. With the black dots being the speakers. I'm waiting for some Michael Jackson.
Honestly, to me, it also looks like photos of birds. Like it could be I don't even know if this image, honestly, or any of them are of the actual saucer that I saw, because the saucer that I saw didn't appear to have any portholes. It definitely had a sparkle around it, and I have great photos of the Tic Tac and what the Tic Tac does, but I only captured 2 photos where I'm pretty sure it's actually the saucer. That's not how it really looks when you're in person. It's so blurry, and the way it images is not the way it appeared to the naked eye at all. And this is also part of what my family struggled with, because some of them were like, that doesn't even look like what we saw. And I'm like, I know, like what is going on in the photos? What is up with the imagery that it captures it like this? A lot of questions, but very odd looking. And the way it moved in the sky was also very hard to capture. Honestly, I was pretty wide on a lot of these shots with a cell phone, by the way. I captured it with an iPhone 10.
When you say moving weird, is it like what we see on TV, where to me, UFOs on TV look so fake, because you never know if it's the camera person who is like moving all of a sudden like this, and the image is straight, and then like this or like this or like this, moving their arms straight around because they're nervous and they're fumbling and bumbling. Or is it like one of those things where all of a sudden, it just makes these weird movements where one moment it's here, the next minute it's over there, and next minute it's over here, and you don't know how it really got there, but it had to move over there.
Right. In my best description, it would be like watching 35 millimeter film, but only getting to see one of every 30 frames. You know what I mean? Like suddenly it's here, and now it's there, and you're only visually capturing it every once in a while. And it's not that far away, and yet it's really hard to photograph. And I had actually shot video, and there was nothing in the video. I couldn't see, and I discarded it. I actually still have it, but it was worthless. There was only a couple of seconds of it because I went back to going to HDR film or photos.
Wow. Okay, so
Yeah,
here you are. I mean, it looks like it's hovering right above the middle of the bay. I mean, obviously, you're not going
yeah.
to know if anybody across the bay is looking at this, but were there other people besides you looking at this craft?
So, as far as I know, it was just my 9 family members. Um, I did report it to MUFON and then eventually to another national UFO reporting agency. And I can't remember. I think that's it. National UFO Reporting Agency. Um, and with the aid of MUFON, I think there were some corroborating sightings, but not on the same day. So other people had seen Tic Tacs around. And so another important fact is, if this is a shot pointing east, if you went directly west about 20 miles, you would come up on a nuclear sub base. So and I didn't know really that at the time of this. I wasn't putting those two things together, but now I know Bangor military base is a big submarine base there where they actually do a lot of testing of new things as well. But they have hundreds of nukes right there. And so if there was something going to be curious, it wouldn't surprise me that it would pop up right here. And at this point, I mean, we're just talking about saucers and a little Tic Tac that you haven't even seen in any photos. But this case gets far more interesting and the photos get much more intense as the story goes, because if I had just seen this and photographed this, you and I would never have met, Dave. There's no way I would have gone public with a few photos that I wasn't even really sure of, because of the way that thing was moving. I don't know if I captured that saucer moving at any point. I can't, I don't know. I could be convinced of anything. MUFON is convinced this is all UAP, but it takes a little more than that. Even experiencing this for me to say UAP, I'm a very neutral person. Even having this experience and everything after, I'm really trying to stay neutral. So,
So,
yeah,
and I think that's fair. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, Tim. I mean, you want answers to something strange in the sky that you witnessed, that you photographed, that your family of scientists witnessed, and you're trying not to get too high on it, you're trying not to be too low on it, but you just want to know. But here's the thing that always worries me about a place like Washington State, and that is Boeing Field. And there's
oh
a
yeah,
bunch of little hidden runways around Washington State
hmm,
that Boeing has where sometimes they test out some things over those areas. Did you
absolutely,
did you think about that going through?
big time, big time. In fact, that was my dad's first reaction. And he was like, if you're going to do anything, you need to report it and make sure that the agency that you report it to makes sure that you're not disclosing military secrets, because we are all patriots. My parents were the first of our family to come over from England, but we are all Americans. And I would never do anything to disclose potential secrets, whether it's private or military. That's not my agenda in any way. And I would have been happy to delete these and said it was something mundane. But yeah, I was pretty convinced by what I'd seen that it was nothing mundane. So once MUFON confirmed it, it was a little bit easier to swallow the UAP pill, for my whole family, I guess, even. But
Well, let's go to photograph number 3 here.
sure.
And this is still in the same area. How long
Yep.
now looking at this craft, it almost looks like it's morphed into a bell shape.
Yeah. Again, to the naked eye, it never really changed its shape, but I just think that this was my camera's best job at capturing this thing on the move, because it would be there and then suddenly it would be like a little bit further along. And like I said, I have some photos in this series that are completely blank, where, you know, this object is just not in phase with my camera, I guess, you know, and that's kind of how, you know, I've hypothesized it. If this was a bird, it would have been in all of the photographs, which is a bummer, because I was like, maybe this is a bird. I've seen a lot of people, and Mick West is out there showing images of birds, and I'm like, boy, my shot looks like a bird, but so does a saucer. Like, again, so does an actual saucer. So again, you know, even living it, I'm trying to debunk my own work, and I'm having a hard time debunking it ultimately. And this is why I present everything the way I do. And I love it when audiences are hard on it, because I'm pretty hard on it too. But yes, in this image, I do. This was right where it was skirting across the sky. And so this is actually a perfect time to get back to the story, because right around this time, and let's see. Yeah. The next photograph is actually in quick succession, and it shows nothing. It's completely blank, right? And right around this time, my dad chimes in and says, well, what's this now down here? And he was pointing much further down south, so further right in our purview. And he was pointing to something else, which I later would find out was the Tic Tac that was hovering around this disc. And I would learn that by my photos.
Hold on a second here. Now you have two craft in the sky.
Well, what you're seeing here, and this is how my father was attracted to it, was that white square you're seeing in the foreground is actually what the Tic Tac was doing. So this Tic Tac stopped in the sky. And this is where your audience is going to have to kind of put your belief on one side and just kind of take this story as we saw it, because that's kind of how I'm going to tell it to you, just how I saw it. I know it's hard to believe. It's hard for me to believe too. This little object, this white cigar, Tic Tac shaped object, stopped dead in the sky, fired a visible beam that opened what looked like a net at the time, a bright light net of white that formed into a 3-dimensional white box, of which an object either entered or exited, and I couldn't tell which at the time.
You got to be kidding me.
No, my whole family saw it. And
so it shoots out this tractor beam that looks like it opens up a portal in the sky of white light.
Yeah, really, really incredible white light.
No way.
We can talk more about that a little bit later, because this actually stayed open for quite a little bit of time. And it was kind of hard to tell if things were passing in or out. It was a little bit mesmerizing. That's it.
Is this the photograph here? So
that is
for
it,
our
wide
radio,
open.
We got less than a minute here. For our radio audience, what are we looking at here?
That is the white cube with an aura of dark space kind of around it by appearance, and also by visual appearance. It looked like a black dot with a very white, bright square, 3D cube, in fact, of light in the center. And we were all staring deeply into that light for, I would say, this was a 2-minute long experience, right? And of which the last minute we would probably were looking into this light. I mean, a full minute of this thing just open, you know? And that's a big moment.
Hold it right there. We're going to come back. Portals in the sky, Tic Tacs, UFOs over Washington's Bainbridge Island. I don't know how to explain this. Never seen it. And it's caught on film. Tim Seanor, is going to describe it more in hour 2 next on Spaced Out Radio. Dude, I had no clue. I am blown away right now.
Yeah. Yeah. It would change your life too, buddy. If you saw it with your family and
Oh, yeah.
your dad's a PhD and he's like, you need to make sure this isn't military. I mean, like the conversations we were having over the dinner table, bud, was
I'll be right back,
tough.
brother. I'll be right back. Got to hit the loo.
Do you mind if I do the same?
Yeah, we got about 5.5 minutes, okay? Be right back, audience.
I guess I could say hi to Dave's audience. Hi, Michael Leger. Thanks for showing up. Natalie UK, how's it going? Jenny White Bear, what's going on? Jeff Gear, cool. Cool. Pam Smith. Lunar Sparkles 1, how's it going? John Music is out there too. What's going on, John? Mystic K. Right on, Paul Holland from Australia. Very cool. Yeah, the pictures are awesome, you guys. They're out there, and I will also share the MUFON case number so you guys can go and review it at some point if you'd like. And I got to shout out to MUFON because MUFON Washington State really were awesome. Helped me come to terms with it and talked me through a lot of the stuff that I was trying to think was mundane. They were like, this isn't mundane, and explained why. Terry Hall, what's up, brother? My UFO doctor. He's in the chat. Great to see you, buddy. Pam Harris and Carlos, what's up? Diesel Girl, right on.
How you doing, buddy? Sorry about that.
No, I'm just saying hi to your audience. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, okay.
Just say what's up.
This is a fun show, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so much fun. I'm having a blast.
Me
Plus,
too, man.
you own the night. I mean, how can you compete with that?
Well, I do put my pants on one leg at a time.
I was thinking you jumped right off your bed, right into it, just two at a
I
time.
tried that once. I fell.
I think we all have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you've got a
Mhm.
great show over here.
Thank
You
you.
really do, man.
Thank
And I have
you.
to thank you really quickly for what you do, because you make this topic a little more fun to talk about too. You get great guests, and you always push the boundaries, right? I love that.
I want to quickly say a big thank you to Sally, Samantha, Carlito, Doug, Thomas, and Heidi for the amazing super chats tonight. It is a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much for the love. We really appreciate it. Thank you to all the new listeners who are tuning us in right now. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Ring that bell. We are just less than 160 away from 16,000 subscribers. We'd greatly appreciate hitting that number. Thank you to all the veterans who are tuning in. We love you. You always have a safe place here in our chat room. Let's do hour number 2 right now.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Let's rock hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hi to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live. Odyssey Radio, our brand new affiliate, which also plays live on iHeartRadio and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Quahog. Quahog is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. What a story we are hearing tonight. Now, if you haven't heard of Tim Seanor, he is a panelist for a great show on YouTube called Disclosure Tonight by Thomas Fessler, which happens way before Spaced Out Radio, or each night right before Spaced Out Radio on YouTube. And with this, he is talking about this amazing Tic Tac experience that he had in Washington State back in 2019. Him and his family, a family of scientists, are the ones looking into this, and they can't figure out what is going on. Tim, welcome back.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Yes, scientists and military personnel. Two of them are ex-military, high-ranking too. So,
really,
yeah,
that is very, very cool. And I'm just going to bring it up here a little bit here once again, because I want to break down right before the break. You on our YouTube side for our radio audience, Tim actually took photographs of this craft or craft. It started off as one craft, then another, this Tic Tac type object joined the second craft, and it opened up this rectangular white light that is almost like a portal in the sky. And I mean, Tim, all of this happens in 2 minutes. How did you just keep grabbing photos?
funny you should ask, because I actually had to remind myself. A lot of time did take place. There was a lot of breaths and staring into that, being mesmerized, basically. I did have to remind myself to take photographs. And I actually missed them leaving properly because I was watching them instead of taking photos. But it was also really hard to capture with the camera because of the way they were moving, and I was really photographing the clouds up until the Tic Tac opened up the portal. And it's hard to say Tic Tac and portal, but we'll use that for now for vernacular sake. Yeah.
Okay, so what is going through your mind at this point while you're photographing this? I know the scientific mind of you, you want to capture this, you want to see what's going on, but at any time were you a little bit skittish, a little bit timid, a little bit freaked out?
Yeah. So at the time, I was kind of blank and just mesmerized. I don't remember having a feeling at that time. There was kind of like this takeaway feeling that I couldn't shake, and we can get to that maybe a little bit later. So there was like whatever, a little bit of a takeaway. At the time, like I said, I don't recall having like any real emotion attached to what was going on. I was pretty neutral. I can describe, I guess, it just felt like it's hard to kind of say flood. It was just like a flood of nothing. Like I was just blown away by nothing. I was completely just open at that moment, just staring, mesmerized at what I was looking at. And when I did finally break my gaze to take a photograph, I noticed every family member doing exactly what I was doing, which was just standing stupefied. And I do remember seeing, my younger ones doing the same thing. And so, at the time they were, like 6 and 8. And so, they obviously had an interpretation of what they saw as well. And then they saw our family talking about it. So, but at no point did we ever say UFO or aliens around our dinner table at any point. And that just kind of goes to show the group that witnessed this, that was not really even in the discussion. And even at the time, I wasn't thinking UFO. I don't know. I wasn't thinking anything. We were all just like, what is this? And I mean, I'm still not saying UFO or aliens. I don't know what I'm not saying portal. I'm not saying, I mean, I have said these things because I have no other vernacular for it. And it is what I saw, but it's just such a leap. And, it's a tough one. So, yeah, good question. What
All
was
right,
I thinking when I was looking at that?
I got a question from Game Vet here who is asking, at any point, did you see a mist, fog, or objects around it? Or pardon me, I misquoted that. See a mist or fog around the objects.
Like I said, there was like a visible kind of haze to it, but the brightness and here's the thing, it was a well-defined cube. Like, it's hard to describe it with, the photos don't really do it justice, because there was like depth to it, but it also had end points and like hard lines. And the way the Tic Tac was just there, and then like the line came out of it, like a beam, and then that beam at the end opened up into that shape that you see there, and then that just hung there, motionless, practically motionless. There was a slight drift that MUFON found, but not much. And it was over quite a bit of time, and there was a headwind and like all kinds. I mean, there was no way, if this was balloons or anything mundane, it would have been able to hold there without it becoming obvious what it was very quickly. The Tic Tac is actually holding the beam at this point, and in the next photograph you can perhaps kind of see it. It's there the whole time, it just kind of moves a little further away. This is when it's recoiling it. So it finally does basically the opposite of what it had done to open this cube of light, and recoiled it back up into the Tic Tac. At this point, I had noticed that there were more objects than there were before. I'd only seen visually one saucer before and the Tic Tac, but now I could see that there were more dark shapes around it. Got one photo and then they scuttled off, and I mean scuttled by like here, there, like in that same flight pattern as before, where it would appear to disappear and reappear in its propulsion. Like it wasn't like flying, it was disappearing, reappearing very quickly away. And so in that group of objects, I believe there's still a saucer, the Tic Tac, and then what looks like a pyramid, a small pyramid.
Goodness.
And so this took place 10 days before the Omaha, I think, had its reported sighting about 1,000 miles away down in the island, the islands there off California. Which, you know, when that came out, that was also another reason why I wanted my story to come out, because this is literally days before that sighting. And I'm not saying that this pyramid that you see here is the same pyramids that we saw in that footage from Jeremy Corbell, because who knows if this is a pyramid or if those were pyramids or what. But visually, it looked like that to us here. And it coincidentally happened again 10 days later. So we have that. That was another piece of evidence that kind of swayed me to thinking this was potentially UAP. You know, it's a tough one, you know, for me to say that now a pyramid's there with this saucer and a Tic Tac. It's a tough story to say out loud to a serious audience. But that is what we saw, and that is what I demonstrated with my photos. And we tried to get some corroborating math and things when we interviewed with the STAR team, I believe it is, with MUFON. I worked with Maureen Morgan, who is, I believe, the director for Washington State. But other states got involved because I live in Oregon, so they were collaborating. There was a lot of collaboration going on, and everyone in MUFON was incredibly helpful. I can definitely say my experience with them was great. It wasn't timely; like I wanted it quicker back then, but they eventually came out with great data that proved what I saw was moving really quickly. It proved that it wasn't a fake photo and all of that good stuff, and it wasn't military and things like that.
I have a question from Lavira, who is asking, Tim, how big was the original craft before you were able to take pictures?
Right. So before I ran back to my truck when it was closest, if I held a dime at arm's length, that's about right, a dime at arm's length. So pretty close.
That is a pretty big object, though.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was like right kind of up and over our shoulder. Oh, well, here's another part actually that reminds me that's important, because initially we may never have seen this if it didn't make a sound, right? That my mother heard. And so I want to talk about that sound because it's actually important. And I actually left it out of part of the story. There's a lot of nuance to the story, and it's yeah.
Was it a bang? Was it a humming sound? Was it a buzzing? Tell me about it.
So my parents had a great description, and I have mine, and it's really all very similar. And so I'm just going to give you that. Basically what it sounded like was pretty loudly, and it could have been, you know, considered a quiet thunder, but rather than rolling thunder, it sounded more like the expansion of a balloon without the air. If you can't hear somebody blowing into a balloon, but you can hear the rubber expanding, you know that sound that makes?
Yes.
That, but in the sky.
And
so here's the other thing. When my dad saw the light, I heard that sound again. And so our interpretation was that the sound of that thing opening It was the sound of the portal, if you want to call it that, opening. And so when my mom had seen something and been attracted up into the sky, potentially, it had just opened. I don't know, but it definitely made that sound that I heard that sound the second time, but not the first time. But when she described what she heard the first time, it sounded, her description matched what I heard, if that makes sense. So I'm assuming it happened twice. And the sound, like I said, is like that sound of elastic, the rubber of in a balloon expanding, like that, but on a thunder level. Kind of
Outside of
rollable.
MUFON and who you had investigate this, the UFO community can be very fickle with photographic evidence. Have you taken a lot of negativity towards these photos, or have you found the UFO community being very open towards it?
Yeah, everyone's completely open to it. I think that it's more convincing to some and less to others. Other people can breeze by this case. Other people get really stuck into it. I did a couple of interviews and I've done a TV show on it. And I've talked to Preston Dennett and like a lot of important people about it. And it's interesting. And I think that it's a little piece to the puzzle, you know. Do I get flack? No, I don't get flack. I don't surround myself by that. And I wouldn't notice it if I was getting negativity. Here's the thing. If there was somebody with something potential, I'm 100% open. And in fact, when people came out of the woodwork to help debunk this, I didn't look at that as negativity at all. People came up with all these ideas and I was like, could it be that? You know, I don't see anyone's opinion as a negative thing at all. And I'm not sold on it. So you can't hurt my feelings, right? You could tell me this is all something else. And I'd be like, yeah, that's cool. I'm with you. Like, and tomorrow I might think something else. But I gotta say, how it moved changed my life. And seeing into that light and the experience that I've had since looking into that light, which I'll talk more about a little bit if you like,
Sure.
has changed my family's life. So,
Well, that I want to get this question in from Wiruna first, who
sure.
is asking, is this corroborated outside of your family? If not, do you have a theory why not?
Corroborated in what way? Like by other witnesses? You would think
Yeah.
there would be other witnesses. Yeah, you would think there would be other witnesses. And that's why I was like coming out with it, filing a report, trying to get it out there, talking to you guys, doing Thomas's show, searching for other witnesses. Like, if you remember when I first was in your chat, bud, I would blast your audience with, what's your opinion of the Bainbridge Island Tic Tac? That was me, Anonymous Rex. I'm not anonymous. I go by my real name, but that's my tag, right? And everyone knows that I'm Anonymous Rex. In fact, my icon is right there on these photos.
It
But
looks like you, by the way, your icon.
yeah, I'm not sure. I never got any, no one else witnessed this at the same time, unfortunately. So, do I have a theory? Why not? Because of how it moved. And like, I don't know if someone else would have viewed this thing as a 3D cube, or if it had been just from my angle, if it had just looked like nothing. I don't know why. It's a great question. I wish there was someone else looking up at the same time as me. And here's the other thing. Do I wish this happened? No, I would love to still be living in the box that I lived in, because this has not been career enhancing, you know, as you've heard before. It's not. I don't want to make money with this either, really. You know, if somebody likes my work and I can get it out there, that's really all I'm trying to do on this topic. You know, I'm not somebody that needs a job, you know, so I'm able to do this just altruistically. And I'm really looking for answers. And I surround myself with like-minded people that some have made their minds up on things and some haven't. I'm right down there on the middle, even after having this experience, just seeking the truth, really.
George would like to know, did you have any after effects like contact or dreams?
big time. So that's that's like it, George. Yeah. And so family members and myself have all had the same repeating dream, where it's not just once in a while, it's every night. It's not so much a repeating dream as a repeating location, which I definitely don't want to talk too much about. But there was a time when I couldn't even talk about this at all, and I've made huge strides personally being able to talk about this aspect, and hashtag Terry Hall here and hashtag Thomas Fessler, because you know, without their help, I wouldn't be able to even talk really about this aspect of it. But I'm not saying that this is linked, but the very next day, I started having a dream about a location that I've never been to, and going through a situation there. So yes, every single night since then, I've had a dream that I recall 100% in the morning. I have a few notebooks of drawings and notes, and they're all relative to the same place. And I try not to talk too much about that place, because I'm wondering if other people are having that same contact dream place. But I can tell you my family members definitely do. And I haven't cued them or anything. They would just tell me, and, military family members, where they didn't even know that they were having this as a result potentially of us seeing this. They were just telling me that they've been having this going on. And they're like, I never used to dream, and now I have one every night, and it lasts like X amount of time, and total recall from it. And I'm like, what have you been doing with that information? And she's like, nothing. Sorry, I shouldn't even say he or she, because these people want to remain anonymous, even though they are my family members. It's not hard to find out who they are. They're not super comfortable. They'll never want to talk about it, because it is a little bit heavy duty. Yeah.
Well, let's get into that, because obviously this has affected your family in many different ways. And as it should, everybody's going to have a different reaction to absolutely everything regarding the entire phenomena and the situation that happened. You seem to be a little bit more emotionally involved, whereas many of your family members have kind of pushed it to the side, whether it's the scientific career, the military career, or anything along those lines. How has this become a point of frustration in you wanting to have conversation about this?
Yeah, I stopped really trying to talk about it quickly after, when I saw everyone kind of struggling with it. And once I realized that it was something real, I thought at some point I may want to circle back and document this somehow, and I didn't want to muddy it by talking too much about it. So I have done things like have a Zoom call with my mom and talk about it and film that, and then ask for her permission to use it, and things like that. But I can't, I try not to feed any information to them, so I try to do it very neutral, like I'll just bring up the day and ask kind of like an opinion, very general, and let them talk about it. But it is frustrating, because I think that to have crossed it off as being mundane, or just even accepting it as being UAP, and then just being meh, and that's that just doesn't sync with me, because it's such a big message, right? The potential is such a big message. And I was like, well, this inspires me to know more. And I see a lot of other people that, are into this, and they are smart people, and they've had real experiences, or they're in the know, and I think that's the group that I needed to engage with if I expected to move my personal health, my mental health, my story forward, and it's all syncing up, things just strangely sync up. And so noticing the synchronicities in my life and inspiring everyone around me has kept me going.
You hold on right there. We are going to continue with Tim Seanor's story. We got him for another 30 minutes here on Spaced Out Radio. how a UFO sighting can affect your life. 2 minutes to change your world on Spaced Out Radio next. All right. Hi, Michael Fontaine. How you doing? Welcome back. Solaire, welcome back. Sabrina, I'll get to your question after the break. This is a fantastic show, Tim. Really is. Thank you for sharing it with us, man.
Thanks for having me, bud. I love your show. I owe you this at least for all the hours of pleasure you've given me. So it's this payback for sure, at least.
Well, you know what? I deserve that. I deserve that. No, I'm teasing.
You do, man. If I could high five you, give you some bump love right now. Yeah.
Right
Boom.
Oh,
Much love, brother.
you
Thanks
got
for
that
having me
right.
on. And it's therapeutic to talk about. You know, I don't talk about this at all unless I'm being interviewed. So it's one of those things. Plus, you know, you get connected to your experiences, right? And I'm sure it can draw out some emotion in you too, right?
You know what I like? I like with my experiences, I like it when they go a little rogue. It intrigues me. And what I mean by that
Please
is,
tell more. Yeah.
well, like I was having, I'll give you an example. I have had a number, not a lot, maybe 5 or 6 times where I've been having conversations. And people who are in tune will understand what I'm saying. When you are talking to somebody else who is in tune, even if they don't know it, it enhances your ability to see and feel things. And I have literally been in conversations where I know that conversation is being remote viewed. And I have actually picked up on remote viewers and have talked to them kind of like, hey, I see you. I know what you look like. I know where you're standing right now. I know you're listening in. You don't have permission to be here, right? And it's the funnest thing, man.
It sounds really intense. I
Yeah.
don't know if I would recognize that. I wonder if it happens to a lot of us and we're just not in tune enough to recognize that. It probably happens all the time, right?
Well, it happened to me last Sunday when I was talking to somebody who is very high up in the UFO world. And I picked up on somebody listening in on the conversation. I had it happen with Bob McGuire, where there was a gentleman in my yard, and there was one. I've never seen Bob's house. And I'm like, hey, Bob, are you standing by a big bay window? And in behind that bay window, is there a tree there? Big tree. He goes, yeah. And it was dark out. I said, turn around slowly and tell me if you see a shadow by that tree or if you see anything by that tree. And he goes, I see a shadow. And I said, that's a remote viewer who's watching you right now.
Wow.
It was very, very cool.
What's your theory on that? How is that possible if there's a shadow there? What do you think that shadow is?
I don't know. I will tell you this: the person who I spoke to, claimed in conversations with people, give me 1 second. Trying to do too much at once. The person who I was talking to asked one of his colleagues, I have to be careful here, about remote viewing. And because he had seen a shadow person and was told that remote viewers sometimes appear as shadow people.
Do you think that's potentially what Adrian Reister saw?
Possibly. Now, I mean,
Somebody
I didn't put two and two together up until that point,
Yeah.
but could have very well been. We got
That's
15
interesting.
seconds. Big thank you to Space Cow, Heidi, Thomas, Doug, Carlito, Samantha, and Sally for the amazing super chats. Thank you to all the veterans and all our new listeners. Give us a thumbs up. Hit that subscribe button. Here we go. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for tuning us in. We want to say that we remind you that all of our archives are free. You can join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. 2 minutes can change a life, whether it's a car accident, whether it's something the doctor says, maybe it's even seeing something that isn't supposed to be. That's what happened to Tim Seanor here. If you have missed most of this show, you're definitely going to want to check back on the archives on this one, because this is pretty incredible, where he and his family are vacationing at Bainbridge Island, Washington State, where in that 2 minutes, they literally saw multiple UFOs and what looked to be a portal opening up in the sky. Tim, welcome back.
Thanks for having me. Having a blast.
Me too, my friend. We were just getting into the emotional side of everything, how it's affected your life and everything like that. I want to get to Sabrina's question here. And she is asking, Tim, has this experience changed your perceptions about things like psychic abilities, channelings, and the possibilities of there being ghosts now that you have witnessed a UFO?
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm completely open to any possibility now. Without a doubt. And, I think being a little more aware of synchronicities and things like that, and taking advantage of that knowledge now, I think things are all linked, from what I can tell. It seems like everything is somehow connected. And yeah, it has definitely changed my perceptions of the world, because I am far more open to entertain concepts on Bigfoot or ancient astronauts, or, ET being on a micro level. I'm looking for ET, but it could be here on a microscopic level and I wouldn't know. So, yeah, I'm thinking out of the box now after this.
Okay, so you had mentioned that this has kind of played with you a little bit. It's played with your dreams, family members' dreams, everything like that. I mean, do you think it's because of I'm going to use the term lightly, PTSD regarding this sighting, or do you think that this craft or whatever it was has embedded itself within you, saying, "Hey, remember me? I'm not going anywhere"?
Yeah, I think it's kind of a combination there. I mean, I definitely have had to deal with this knowledge, but without asking for it or wanting it, which I think is also important, because, I'm still fighting it to an extent. But yeah, I mean, it's really tough, because the actual so like I have crystal clear recollection of a dream. And did it start like right that night? Yes, it did. Did I think it was UFOs right that night? No. So the fact that I had these dreams, I wasn't in any stretch of my imagination coming up with what's going on in these dreams. It's not, I haven't been exposed to sci-fi on that level. It's way beyond me in this realm. So I don't, coming up with things that I would never come up with in this realm. And it's got me very emotionally connected with it as well, where, if I think deeply on the feeling, I guess, that I had when I was looking into that light, I get this feeling where I could just really get emotional. And I see it in my family members too. So I know there's something to it. I don't just disregard this as PTSD to a UFO experience, because it wasn't a UFO experience to me. So the fact that I'm having this kind of contact, let's not label it UFO or ET, because I don't know if that's what it is. But I'm just trying to line up events and, trying to make sense of it. So I definitely do have the PTSD side of that in just coming to terms with, I'm having to come to terms with it, if that makes sense. I don't know. But yeah, I hope that answers your question.
No, it's very much different than what we expected, and very much in the opinion of how it affects us emotionally when this stuff happens. We
Right.
cannot control it. We cannot control the emotion, the fear, the why me. That's the big one, man. The why me.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, there's lots of times I think, I wish that I hadn't really looked up into that light. And I definitely wish that, some of my other family members hadn't, because it's incredibly distracting, and it can, cause sleep problems for family members. Fortunately, not me, but other family members. Now, keep in mind, I have never told my family about the details of my dreams, but my certain family members will give me details of theirs, and it's lining up exactly with the same place that I have my dreams at. So we're all kind of going to this place and having this experience in our dreams, and then it ends and you have regular sleep, but when you wake up in the morning, you have complete recollection of that dream every day, which is so weird and annoying, but it is what it is.
You can't control it. I mean, this is a
I have
part of
I have no interaction in these dreams either. Like I can't make too many conscious choices in it. There's kind of an agenda, and I'm going to just keep it very vague for right now, because I'm still, kind of in research mode, and I don't want to poison the waters with a lot of detail on what I'm going through. But yeah, it's very specific tactile sight. I mean, smells. Like, I bring smells out of it that I'm like trying to compare it to. And one of the smells, I guess, is like a combination of like, it's like a sickly sweet smell, in part of, like, in an area. Like, so I'll be in an area, like not really a building, but I'll be in an area in my dream state, and there'll be a smell there. And anytime I'm there, whether it's tonight, tomorrow, or a week from now, that area will have that same smell, or whatever. So it's kind of like it's very odd, and could it just be a repeating dream? Well, it could. But again, my first degree is in psychology. So you got to know, I've really self-diagnosed as far as I can, and talk to other people slightly about it, but not about the contact part, just the dream part. And it's not common at all. So, I know that part, and the fact that it's matching up with family members, and the only thing we have in common, is that experience, and that's when it started for all of us. So
No,
a lot of things kind of line up.
and I can see this, but I want to take this focus now with you, if you don't mind,
Sure.
into the idea that this is what we've been hearing since 2017 about these Tic Tacs, about, you know, them flying over areas with free will and everything. When you started looking into this after this whole situation and started seeing there was the entire Nimitz incident and other military aspects towards this Tic Tac type of craft, what went through your mind when you heard about this?
Oh my God, I have photos of that. Because it wasn't really something I was aware of, you know. And I think I'd seen Fravor or somebody. I know Kevin Day is a big part of why, you know, I wanted to talk about the dream portion and the psychological portion, because, you know, I know he suffers from something similar, and people, you know, were talking to him about that. But it impacted me hugely. It was part of the reason I was comfortable talking about it. I wasn't calling it a Tic Tac back then. I was just calling it a white cigar. And with that had a sparkle, you know. It was originally just a sparkle. Like, I didn't even know that it was a Tic Tac that I was looking at near the saucer. So I called it a sparkle because of the way it was moving so quickly. And then I called it a white cigar, you know. So yeah, it changed how I was perceiving it and how I labeled the whole sighting, because I felt that it was relatively enough information that I had that I could call this something similar to what I was seeing in the news as being described as a Tic Tac. So
Very
yeah.
much so. Very much so. But how did it feel to get that confirmation from those who have allegedly been studying this for decades?
Yeah, that was huge. Absolutely huge. And it made me really glad that I had come out with it. And, you know, it's so hard to do. So hard to do. And talking to you right now, even about it, is so hard to do. But the fact is that it happened. You know, it happened to these pilots. These things are definitely out there. I mean, I'm still seeing them. And, you know, at some point we can talk about the hitchhiker effect, because that's absolutely real. You know, and I'm living it because, you know, I've got more photographs since. Anyways, yeah, man, I kind of got off track there a little bit.
No, that's fine, and that's dandy and everything. But I mean, the idea that you see this thing and it's going on right in front of you, it's affecting you, it's affecting your family. You're not sure to this day. You're still getting reaction type dreams about this. I mean, I hate to bring this up, and I don't mean this as being funny, but it's almost like remember the movie Flight of the Navigator,
Sure.
where the ship
do
was
remember
calling
that.
the kid. The ship was calling the kid, and I'm still 30, 40 years later, I'm still blown away by that movie
Right.
on how accurate it is to what we're talking about today versus consciousness, UFOs, humans versus UFOs, and everything in between. And if you've never seen Disney's Flight of the Navigator from 1986, do yourself a favor, go online and rent that or buy that movie if you're a UFO fanatic. You will be blown away like I was. Like, when I watched it as a kid, I was like, oh, cool. This is awesome. I'd love for this to happen. Now that I'm into the woo, and I know you hate that word, but now that I'm into all this subject and everything, I'm blown away by how accurate that movie is. And if these craft were actually calling you and your members of the family, and I'm hypothesizing here. I'm not saying it's happening, but I'm just hypothesizing. If they are calling you, do you think that maybe there was at any time any type of abduction or other communication or downloads that they were giving you? Because obviously They were there for you to see them.
Right. I guess. I mean, I like, again, yeah, it was pretty obvious to my family what was going on, and it made itself very apparent to each one of us individually. It left an impact on all of us individually. I think we all left with a different interpretation somehow. Um, for whatever that was. But again, repeat your question for me, because I'd like to give you a good, concise answer.
Okay. Has this built to further contact with you in these dreams with downloads, potential communication, even abduction? Maybe not with you, like other family members that were there as well. Their story is theirs. I know you're not going to speak for them, but from what you
Right.
know.
The only thing that we have lingering are these dreams. I don't need to be regressed because I have total clarity. Abduction isn't really part of this story. We never left. We weren't abducted. There could have been like a mental abduction that happened in the flash, when we were looking, and it could have happened like that. I would believe that. I don't think it was a physical abduction. If there was anything, there was definitely information at the time, but again, it was more of a feeling that we had than information. And then any information that has happened has come through me just logging everything that has happened in my dreams. But again, I'm not really lending any credence to any of this, other than the fact that it's really interesting. And some of it really lines up and makes sense and answers some big questions, but at the same rate, I have a hard time lending any real credence to it because I can't gauge it. It's not something I can test. It's not something I can prove. And so it's just not something I'm comfortable really talking about or recognizing as real, if that makes any sense. So I don't dive too deeply into that. And it's not because I don't want to. It's just because I don't think it's really happening. I don't think that there was an abduction or anything like that. It wasn't any more interesting than what I described to you, which is still pretty incredible to witness. But I also think that it could have happened to anyone that was there. If there had been a stranger there that wasn't part of my blood family, which, by the way, I'm adopted. So I'm not actually a blood relative to my adopted family. I was born David Powers, and then I became adopted by the Seanors, and they named me Timothy. So that's that. But we all definitely, do have this striking takeaway of a dream, and there's information in there. I mean, we all we're in the same place, but we have a different stuff happening in that place, but we all describe the same place, which is really the important part of it.
Have you seen extraterrestrials?
Not really. In the dreams, I see like light, like other lights, and I'm a light. I'll tell you that much. But I've never seen aliens in my dreams or in reality or in any way, shape, or form that I'm aware of. No.
Okay. We got about 5 minutes left with you, Tim,
Cool.
tonight. Tim Seanor is our guest. This is a show that is flying on by. I want to ask you the current state of ufology, where there's a lot being said, not much information being given. It looks like we are going to be going into almost a blackout version of UAP reports coming out of Washington, D.C. If the AOI MSG gets its way with everything. I know you've been staying up to date with this, courtesy of Thomas Fessler's disclosure tonight. What's your overall projection and thoughts of what is happening with the UAP story?
Well, I know I'm in the same boat as you, where I'm kind of in the middle of the road. You know, I have high hopes, but I still don't have high expectations, let's say, just because I've seen a history of trying to do anything but disclose, right? So I'm sure if this does happen, they're going to go down kicking and screaming. However, I am seeing a lot of change, and you know, there's a lot of movements happening all at the same time to, you know, create transparency, to re-regulate how information is labeled as far as being secret or not secret. I think we're going to see big changes there. I think that we're going to see a much more informed Congress, and I think that we will be starting to see data. I think that we're going to be seeing a lot of proof. You know, this year we have at least UAPX has a film coming out, A Tear in the Sky. Extremely excited about that. Even the name A Tear in the Sky sounds like they're talking about portals in the sky. And so obviously, if they've managed to capture something that could corroborate my tear in the sky, I mean, that would be incredible. So I have high hopes for this year in particular. I think that we have big things coming. I'm excited. How do you feel?
I want to see more openness. I do. I want to see more openness. I want to see more people talking about it. Look, there are secrets out there that we're not going to know. I don't believe in disclosure. I think disclosure is a ruse. I do believe in confirmation of what is coming. I really do. Okay. And I can sit there and say openly that they're confirming what we already know, but they're not going to open up the UFO Pandora's box, as I've said a number of times on this show. And I really want to see some of the secrets. I don't need to know it all. I don't care if they have body parts at Area 51 or crashed craft, but I do want to know what happened at Roswell. I do want to know what happened in Phoenix. I do want to know if they have made contact and everything like that. You know, I mean, let's just admit that. You can still keep the secrets without giving away the content, or with giving up a little bit of the content. You know, I mean, stop hiding. And yet, I think what we're seeing with this new Gillibrand bill is we're going to go back into the dark ages of UFOs. And that's what concerns me. Now, there's people out there who are going to disagree with me. But I mean, when all of a sudden we start getting in the next report a bunch of weather balloons and U.S. military balloons and high capacity space balloons, this is what has me worried.
Right.
We can't handle swamp gas. This is way beyond swamp gas. Way beyond. And I think that the public is going to get screwed in all of this. But maybe it's a good thing, because that keeps people like me employed. You know, maybe they're doing it for me, Tim, and they're doing it for Jimmy Church, and they're doing it for Dave Schrader, and they're doing it for every podcast host out there. Maybe that's what they're doing. They thought of us.
What would we talk about if we didn't have aliens to wonder about?
Well, I'm going to Bigfoot and Dogman. That's where I'm going. If we solve this, I'm going strictly there.
You'd have to go to the next mystery.
You have no choice. You have no choice. You have to move on. And you know what? It's wonderful that we have so many opportunities in this field, because I'm just very much in love with what we talk about on a nightly basis. And I know you are as well, my friend.
Me too. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for giving me the space to talk about this really cool sighting, bud. And it's been so much fun talking with you. I've never had this chance for this long before. It's great.
It was wonderful. Tim, thank you so much. I think you're going to stick around here for a bit, because you got nothing planned, and we got some stuff coming up. Coming up next in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp. The Swamp Dweller's got another fantastic story out of Utah for us. Then the fedora-wearing John Hudson comes in with the Unbiased UFO report. We'll bring Tim's reaction in. And Shirky Poo has the news. Spaced Out Radio continues after this. All right, we're clear.
Awesome.
That was fun, man. That
You
was a
enjoyed
lot
it?
of fun. That was wonderful. Wonderful.
Great. Yeah, man. It was a lot of fun for me too. I love talking with you. You've got a great audience, and honestly, every time I think about the experience, it connects me to it again, because I don't think about it unless I, do an interview. So
Oh no.
yeah, I try to actually separate myself from it as much as I can, because like I said, I've got a family to run. I can't have my head in the stars all the time. So it's hard to find that balance, right?
I do. I just carry them in with me.
I like that.
I just carry them in.
Yeah.
I just carry them
Do you get clear skies up there? Have you ever
Oh.
seen anything in your skies up there?
in. I have seen some UFO lights up here. I haven't seen anything anomalous in a couple of years, probably 3 years now. Maybe going on 4. It's like I've been shut down. My area is very hot on UFOs. I mean, just a couple of months ago, there was an orb light hovering over one of the lakes just north of me, about 10, 12 miles north of me. And there's a lot of residences around this, so a lot of people actually saw this.
Wow.
There's a lot of reports of alien abduction around here. There's
Really?
reports of Sasquatch and Dogman here. Little people. The First Nations are very, very protective of the little people here. This entire area is haunted. Like right behind this wall, if you go like 3/4 of a mile behind me, you will walk right onto the original Gold Rush Trail going up to the Klondike. And literally millions of people have passed through here.
Right.
The highway to Alaska is just before that strip of the original Gold Rush Trail.
Tons of history. That's really
Huge.
cool.
Yeah. So it is everywhere. Raz says, I want HD 1440 UAP footage, Dave. Where is it, man? It is sitting in a vault in the Pentagon that says do not disturb for 300 years.
I was going to touch on the hitchhiker effect that's happened, and with my family at least, and myself. I mean, I've captured UAP left and right. Unfortunately, it's not like super compelling at this point, but like nothing that I would like shout about, but I'm actually able to capture it. I'm working on getting some better gear so I can actually document it properly. But
Right.
The phenomenon, if you want to call it that, is super active in Oregon. And when I was making that show for PBS here, I was interviewing people from this area, and I mean, we're talking hotspots, where you can go pretty much anytime and they're always around. It's just bizarre. Getting it on film though is still hard.
Oh yeah. I'm looking forward to the snow melting and getting back out there. And the snow is starting to melt fast, which is good. That means it's going to warm up here soon.
Yeah.
It's been in the plus degrees is here.
It's been the never-ending winter, and having COVID finally, like lingering. It's such a drag having to sorry, using the C word, but yeah, man, it just feels like winter lingers forever. I can't wait to get back out. Do you
Oh yeah.
do you actually do some research and get out there?
You know what? I don't call what I do research. Okay. I'm not a researcher. I don't know how to research. Okay. What I do is I take little tips that I've learned from some very brilliant people, and then I go out looking for me. I don't carry a camera. I don't carry a voice recorder. I'm just there to connect with the phenomena, and whatever they give me, I want to experience. I am very selfish in the field regarding that. And
Right.
that may upset some people. That may,
No, not at all. In fact,
but for me, it's about learning what happened to me. Originally, this show was supposed to be about, hey, this is what's happened to me. Are there other people out there who are smarter than I am in this field, who can give me advice as to what I saw? I've
yeah.
never really found that. So for me, when it comes to researching the phenomena, I do it for myself. I don't do it for anybody else. I don't think I'm good enough to do that.
Well, good enough isn't probably it because you're having the experiences, so that makes you good
True.
enough. And you're Dave Scott, and so if you come to us with a story, we want to hear it. But here's my thing.
Well, give me a couple seconds here because we
Sure,
got to
take your
return
time.
right now.
Let's
Hold on.
do that. Yeah.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate you listening in and joining us on a nightly basis. That's always nice to think of, to be honest, that you'd want to spend time with little old Davey here, talking about some weird stuff. Hey, that's what we do here. Want to say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Odyssey Radio, also live on iHeartRadio and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Quahog. Quahog is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as a clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including Rockin' Out Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again where we head into the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller brings us another spooky story.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. It was the summer of 2007, and my best friend and his girlfriend suggested I get a date, and we go to some local hot spots, which are natural hot springs, located deep in a nearby canyon, not too far from where we lived in Utah. Supposedly, these hot spots were excellent, super quick, and easy to get to. Just a short hike from where you would park your car off the main road, running through the canyon. So, it must have been around 7 p.m. that day, when we parked the truck in a Spanish Fork canyon and set off on the trail that led to the natural hot springs, armed with only our swimming suits and towels. I don't know where my friend got his lousy information. It wasn't a quick and easy hike, that's for sure. More like a challenging hike that took over an hour on a very narrow path, where we had to walk single file the entire time, and occasionally over some treacherous spots where one lousy step would send you cascading down the mountain. It seemed like it would never end, and we'd never get to those hot springs. But after wearing ourselves out and not being adequately prepared, we finally made it. The sun was setting as we finally reached the clearing where somebody dug up the natural pools. It was later than expected, but we figured it would be fun to soak in hot water underneath the stars. We were so deep in the canyon at this point that the stars in the sky were brighter than any other time I've seen them in my life. No light pollution at all. We had probably been there for about 30 minutes and had the entire area to ourselves, just having a great time telling jokes and making each other laugh. The only light was from the stars, and the only sounds were from us. The quiet was almost eerie. Suddenly, we started to hear twigs snapping in every direction. See, there was only one way in and out of the hot springs, though. That super narrow trail that we hiked in on. And that's where we were now hearing the loudest of the noise coming from. Soon, we could make out the outline of a figure in the dark. Someone with a flashlight coming down the trailhead to the collections we were swimming in. I was in a great mood up until this point. Since this person's arrival had surprised us, I yelled out to them once I was confident that they would be able to hear me, to try and break the ice. I didn't want it to be awkward, and partly as a defense mechanism from the nervousness I was feeling suddenly. "Hey, you here to join the party?" Silence. The person keeps walking towards us and doesn't say a word. Immediately, alarm bells are going off in my head. My gut is telling me that something is not right here. I try to ignore how I'm feeling and joke to our group about the person being a weirdo for not answering. But now everyone is on edge. As the person gets closer, we can start to make out more details of this guy. It's a man, above average size, dressed head to toe in black. This guy was wearing a hoodie and long pants in the middle of summer in Utah. Who does that? We noticed he's also wearing a black backpack before he gets to the clearing and turns off his flashlight. He continues walking towards us, though. Now, there are a half dozen hot spots scattered around this clearing. There is no one else around except us. He has his pick of any of them to swim in. But no, he walked directly towards ours and sits down about 6 feet away from us where we were soaking. My friend has a lantern, so he hops up to the side of the pool and grabs it and turns it on. Something strange is that it seemed like the stranger was doing something weird before we turned on the lantern. He was ruffling through his bag, looking for something. One of us says something to him, and once again we get no response. My friend temporarily turns off the lantern, I assume because it's on low battery, and he doesn't want to wear it out. But once the light is out, the stranger in black unzips his backpack again and starts frantically looking through it. My friend immediately turns the lantern back on. The stranger quickly stops, zips the bag back up, and is acting like nothing is happening. My friend notices the stranger appears to be Hispanic, and she greets him in Spanish, which catches the stranger off guard, and he mumbles a response. My friend asks how he is doing and what he is up to tonight. Did he come for a swim? At least that's what I assume from his tone. I don't speak Spanish very well, so I don't know exactly what the stranger's responses were, but they were very brief and not very friendly sounding. After asking a few more questions to the guy, my friend turns to me and our dates in the pool and says very quietly, but deadly seriously, "We need to go right now." Immediately we start getting out of the pool and drying off with our towels. The stranger asks my friend a question in Spanish, something like, "Oh, where are you guys going so quickly?" And while I surmise my friend is playing it off very calmly and like it's no big deal, I know he definitely felt differently. Then, again, he turns to us and says, "We're getting our things together and putting on our shoes. Maybe not going as fast as we could. We don't have time. Grab your stuff. We're going now." We don't ask questions. We grab our things and start practically running towards the trailhead as a group. As we look back, we see the stranger in black is getting his things together, getting up and starting to follow us. At this point, there is no illusion of what is happening. This guy has bad intentions and is chasing after us on this narrow trail all the way back to our vehicle. We know we have got an hour or more ahead of us until we are back to the safety of our car, and we don't have anything to defend ourselves with at all. We're still soaking wet. We've got a head start on him, which is a big help, I took the lantern and took the lead of the group. We got into a single file line and locked hands with each other, knowing that we would need it to keep moving as fast as we possibly could, but not too quickly, or we could fall to our deaths. The girls were behind me, with my friend at the back, who was giving us updates of where the stranger in black was doing, and telling us to move faster. He picked up the most prominent, the sharpest rock he could find, and prepared to kill this guy if he had to. I'm sure you can imagine the emotions that were running through all of us at the time. Obviously nobody wanted to hurt anybody. The girls were sobbing, trying to keep pace with me up front. I'm yelling back, watch out for this, watch out for that, and we're making our way into the darkness as fast as we can. I'm telling myself to stay calm so I don't scare the girls any more than they already are, while I'm also feeling an overwhelming sense of dread that I don't really know how to handle. I don't want to die this young. I'm only 19 years old. After what feels like an eternity, we finally see the main canyon road in our truck. We all run towards it as my friend unlocks it. We all get inside and we're all in shock at this point, and just start shaking uncontrollably. I tell my friend to start the car and start driving so we can get the hell out of here and never come back. I ask my friend, the one who was speaking Spanish to the stranger, "Why did you tell us to get out of there so quickly?" My friend answered that he purposely had been turning the lantern on and off because he noticed, when he did, the stranger was searching in his bag for something. And when it came back on, the stranger closed it up fast and acted like he hadn't been looking for something. That was when he tried speaking in Spanish to get a feel for what was going on with the guy. My friend said that he was asking the stranger some questions in Spanish like, "Where are your friends?" And the stranger answered, "No friends," and other short answers to basic questions that gave my friend the absolute creeps. Once the stranger asked my friend something about the girls who were with us, that was when he told us we need to get out of there. He was able to see the stranger following us almost the entire time, but dropped off towards the end when he couldn't keep pace with us. So, what was the stranger doing in the middle of the dark canyon by himself, dressed in all black? What did he have in his bag that he was trying to get to, that he didn't want us to see? And what would have happened to us if he had caught up to our group on the trail that night? I'd hate to find out.
And we thank our resident swamp dweller for another great edition of Swamped Out Radio here on the Mighty SOR. And of course, you can always check out Swamp Dweller's channel on YouTube. He's got thousands of stories. Go to youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads, Swamp Dweller Reads on YouTube, and hit subscribe. I do. I listen to it every night. Thank you, Swamp Dweller, for another great story. Here we go. It's time to bring in the fedora-wearing John Hudson and the Unbiased UFO Report. John putting on his Barry Gibb look as we speak. Very nice, John. Very, very nice. Appreciate that. We got Tim Seanor sticking around with us tonight too, John.
What's up, bud?
How's it going?
Man, nice to meet you in a way, dude. But and man, hats off to you. That I know that stuff is not easy to share. So thank you for doing so.
Thanks for that, bud. Yeah, it was fun to talk about. Actually, I had a great time.
It was great to listen to, man. You guys had it was. I think it was a lot of fun for all of us.
Great.
It very much was. That's a good comment there, Johnny boy. All right, USOs kicking off the Unbiased UFO Report. Unidentified submerged objects. Let's head into the oceans where the megalodon lives, the super sharks, the bull sharks, great white sharks, leopard sharks, and every type of shark that wants to eat people. John, take it away. What happened?
Yeah, actually, I just made that one up. I like the way USO sounds. No, I'm kidding. It was actually very funny because I actually had a friend of mine who's a top-notch physicist and doing some very fascinating research. Actually reached out to me yesterday because he was going to be going to a meeting talking to some people about USOs and was trying to ask me information about it. So it was completely timely that this came out. And what's really interesting about this little quote, which I'll read first, is who endorsed it. So first, we have a message from Ross Coulthart, who you all know and love. And if you don't, he is the lovely correspondent from Australia that wrote the fantastic book. So he says, today, the former head of the French spy agency DGSE has said UAPs were detected moving underwater at the speed of sound. That is equivalent to 1 mile in 4.69 seconds. There is a YouTube link to part of the interview that includes Bryce Zabel, and he is bringing some aspects to the story as well. And what you had is you had Ross making that comment on the 17th, and then you had Luis Elizondo basically resending that out to a bunch of people with an additional comment. Amen, Raw. And I got to admit, like, there's almost no substance to what I'm about to say, but coming from Lou Elizondo in the context of the conversation, I'm kind of shocked he said what he said. Amen, Ross. Thank you for this provocative statement. People will be blown away when they finally find out the true performance capabilities of these transmedium technologies. Now, there's nothing to hang your hat on in that statement, but clearly he was trying to throw as many virtual bones as he could to as many people as he could. Why is he doing that? I don't know. I mean, hopefully it's all for very, very good reasons. But my point is that this is there's a lot of carrots in this statement.
Okay, so why should we be focusing on the waterways with USOs?
Oh, bother. Where to begin? Honestly, Dave, you could go at that from so many different angles. You can look at it from the statistics of how many of them come out of the water and how many of them are seen above the ocean and coming out and going back into the ocean. You could look at it from anecdotal reports from people. You could also look at it from terms of proximity of crash sites, proximity of sightings, proximity of military events. You can look at it in terms of military operations. And then how I like to look at it is in terms of possible energy supply. Although another very good angle is to look at the hidden nature of the ocean and how easy it would be to actually have large installations down there without anyone noticing, which is certainly a factor. But for me, it's the fact that if you have a species, assuming that this is a physical species that travels a distance, and that is an assumption by all means, they will have some sort of a very compact fuel source. The most compact fuel source we know of that the universe creates, the universe does this, we don't, is the sun. So to think that the ocean would become a harvesting point for them from a deuterium point of view, or basically heavy water, being able to have a place where you can hide and you can actually possibly replenish your engines over a very slow period of time so no one notices. I mean, that's to me, like, if you didn't go into the ocean, you'd be seen as incompetent.
Maybe the ocean is a fuel source.
Sure it is. It's going to be for us someday. 3% of that ocean is the good stuff.
Well, I mean, the big thing is, like, with Luis Elizondo tweeting out about this and supporting work, it really goes to show that there is hard work being done from those proper journalists who are covering this field of ufology. I mean, we complain all the time about the mainstream media not picking it up. Sure, Ross Coulthart may be a massive George Knapp type name, Walter Cronkite type name in Australia, but it is going to get picked up over here eventually. And the fact is, as long as we're talking, as long as that information is flowing, as long as sources are giving some information up, there is still a little bit more than just breadcrumbs falling on the ground.
Yeah. Oh, and there's also a psychological aspect of this as well, because I've been in some very large groups where it's very disorganized. And then once you get to a point where you have people that maybe could be working together, but aren't for whatever reason, right? Just whatever reason. And they start noticing each other's work, and they start propping up each other's work, and they start, when it's good, they start calling out each other. You see this kind of a bunch of people, like, who made it to mountaintops, noticing there's someone else on a mountaintop calling over going, hey, how'd you do on that climb right there? Right. Like, and there's this, and the thing is that is a sign of a a very healthy organization that has people in it that feel good about the organization and want to see the organization grow in a healthy way and have pride in that organization. And the fact that Elizondo and some of these people are starting to do this, where they just start reaching over and just kind of, to me, it's a very interesting psychological sign.
Very much. Tim, you want to weigh in here?
I think the Ross Coulthart drop was huge. That's a pretty big information drop in my personal opinion, and demonstrating again the fact that this phenomenon is not limited by anything. It can go anywhere. I think speaks to the volumes to the fact that people like Luis Elizondo have been saying for a while that this phenomenon is everywhere. And I think even history will show that these transmedium objects have been going into volcanoes, into water, into mountainsides, and all over the place. So we can only assume that they'll be in the bottom of our oceans as well.
Well, and that's the important point to focus on, is that, if you really look at some of the hypotheses as to how these systems are working, if you look at what I would consider to be one of the more pragmatic explanations for it, which is a sort of for lack of a better term, a warp field, a displacement field of some sort, right? You can kind of see how a lot of this stuff ends up kind of dovetailing together. It's kind of interesting to me the way it's playing out.
All right, let's move on to topic number 2 here, John, because we got a great unbiased UFO report going on tonight. And your scientific crush, Gary Nolan, making news again. What do you got for us? We got 3 minutes.
We still my beating heart. Oh, no. I need a whole hour for Gary.
This is 24 hours for Gary.
So you got to listen to the message, but basically what it is it's Gary talking to I believe it was Elizondo and Cale, I think, if I remember correctly, and he's basically talking about he's imagining, right? He's basically allowing his non-scientific mind to speculate on what the possibilities are. And what he speculates about is the fact that because of the potentially quantum nature of many of our biological systems, because of what we're learning about how we all work now, to assume that there aren't adjacent fields that we might have some ability to interact with or gain information from or share information with, he just considers it kind of illogical, right? And so to me, it was very interesting because he was really kind of offering an out in a way for explaining why current science can't really get their hands around this very well, And to me, it was very, very interesting, but it was also an incredibly thought-provoking, statement for Gary to make. And like I said, he doesn't speculate very often. So whatever he does, it's fun.
Okay, so what's he speculating on?
What he's basically speculating on is what aren't we seeing? What is the nature of what we aren't seeing? And why is it that we might not be seeing it? And basically talking about the fact that because of the fact that we now have this awareness of how some of the systems in our own body appear to work. And because we know that those systems have the ability to perform certain near and even far field activities based on field access and so forth, that no one should discount the possibility that there are other fields, that there are other things that we just haven't been able to detect yet that are adjacent to us in some way, that our brains do interact with either in a light or heavy way. And that might explain some of what we're seeing. And so it's speculation at its finest, but it's speculation by someone who doesn't normally speculate. And so, it's fun to listen to.
Very fun to listen to. We got about 30 seconds. Gary Nolan, once again, is very hot on the idea that there are phenomena happening around the world. And I'm very curious if you think, going into the next half hour here, if you think that Gary will be breaking some major news here as 2022 moves forward.
well, I would say it a different way. I would say that if there is news that falls into his domain, abso-freaking-lutely, because I think it's pretty safe to say that he's become very, very attached to South LA.
All right, the fedora wearing John Hudson and special guest Tim Seanor. We continue the Unbiased UFO report when we return on Spaced Out Radio for the final half hour, right after this.
Oh, Gary blocked you, Julie? I didn't know that.
What are you doing there, John? Speaking
Just hanging
right to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw the post. I apologize. Yeah. No, I just saw a post from a good friend. Just felt bad. I apologize.
Lyle Myers, welcome to SOR Chat. Luke 99, good to see you. By the way, Luis Elizondo will be on this show April 28th. April 28th. Put it
How
on
do you
your
know
calendar.
it's really him?
Well, I don't know. I don't know anymore since he shaved the chin hair and went with the full beard.
How
I mean,
do
you
we know
have to
if any of
assume
us
that
are?
someone in his role that he used to have at one point or another had a body double. And that person's probably unemployed at this point. So, just saying. See, that's the kind of I mean, I got to be honest, that is the kind of crap that goes on that people actually take for fact and then actually start building hypotheses on. And that's where it starts. I mean, it sucks because it's so much fun to do, but when people start using it as a leap off point, it's freaking terrifying.
You're so right. You're so right. Conspiracy is fun to dabble in, but I wouldn't want to live there.
No, it's great in the shallow end. It's really fun in the shallow end. It's tremendous fun in the shallow end. It's even sometimes fun to look into the deep end and go, wow, look at that,
Yeah, I start getting really existential and questioning whether I'm even here. And then there's problems. I just can't.
Yes.
Do I?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm curious for you, because if I remember correctly, so this all started in 2019 for you. Is that correct?
That's right.
Ballpark.
Yeah.
So we're talking like I should know this, but what was it, 3? No, it's got to be more than 3 years. No, it has been 3 years. Okay, 3 years. So in that time period, has how you feel about death changed?
No.
Not at all.
No. There's no real link to death per se.
No. It's totally fine. Now, what about how heavy have you been pulled into consciousness type studies?
So there's a guy named Terry Hall in the chat here, and he's kind of been, like I said, my UFO mentor, UFO doctor. He lives out here in Oregon, and he kind of turned me on to that aspect of things.
Okay, so you've looked into it and you've researched a bit. So the only reason I'm asking these questions is, and there's no right or wrong answers, is I have a hypothesis that I'm playing with, that essentially there's a story arc that becomes common, and that in certain periods of the story arc we all end up going to similar topics and coming to kind of similar realizations that we then have to carry with us on to the next phase. And one of my hypotheses is that everyone gets dragged into consciousness at some point. Another hypothesis is that everyone except for Dave lose their fear of death.
Yeah,
lose their fear of death. I never had a fear of death to start.
Well, then you're
it hasn't changed at all.
Then you're good.
I'm totally at peace with that. But
I mean,
that's interesting. Interesting connection.
And the thing is that for me, these connections, the ones that I remember, are the ones that also have a personal attribute to them, right? And me, like everyone else, like I got into this field for physics. I was actually taking physics at Stanford at the time when I started getting back into it. It was all about the physics, right?
Right.
And then Grant came, and Grant dragged me down this horrible rabbit hole of consciousness, And next thing I know, I'm learning about freaking like NDEs and mediums and ectoplasm and like all this
Yeah.
creepy stuff. But you start seeing patterns and you start seeing good researchers doing good stuff. And you're like,
Right.
well,
These are intellectuals. These are deep thinkers, and they're able to see beyond what's right in front of their face. And so when they're confronted by something that could have a link, they follow it 100% to, to discover everything. And I think that that's necessary in a field like this. However, I personally, I understand that there is probably a connection with consciousness. And, I'm not sure. I think it's potentially totally human created. You know what I mean? Like we've just created that to kind of box it, if you will.
In a way, that
guys,
would be more amazing.
I got to cut you off right there because we got to come back here. Thank you to the super chatters. And here we go with the final half hour. Stick around for the after show after we get done here. Stay tuned. We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with the Unbiased UFO Report. We have the fedora-wearing John Hudson. Our guest of the evening, Tim Seanor, continues to be with us. John, I know we're going to continue on with Gary Nolan here for just a moment or two, but, at first here, Gary Nolan to me, and I've said this before a couple weeks ago when we were talking to him, right now, in my opinion, is one of the most important people we should be following if you have any interest in the science behind UFOs and ET contact.
Whether he wants to be or not. Yes, I agree with you.
I think he wants to. I think he wants to.
I think a surprising amount of it is. Yeah, I agree with you. I think a surprising amount of it is.
He is not letting it break his study. He's not letting it go to his head. He's very focused regarding it. Okay. But the fact that he was just on Martin Willis's podcast, I believe, with Lou Elizondo, I mean, I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to catch any of that or not. But I mean, the fact is, these bigwigs now, they seem to be starting to team up a little bit on these different shows and trying to mutually get these messages out. Have you noticed that recently as well?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that's been so, I think it's just such
Bring
a
your
good.
microphone up, John.
Sorry. That is something that I think has just been so nice to see because I'm someone that tends to look at things from multiple points of view. And one of the things I like to look at is the relative health of an organism, a social organism. And to me, one of the best signs of it is when you start seeing people feeling good enough and strong enough and confident enough in their own research that they start looking across the water and noticing what other people are doing and start calling out the stuff they like and calling out the stuff that they believe in and helping to advertise and spread the word about things that they endorse and so forth. And to me, it's an incredibly healthy sign. It's really good. It's a good indication for an organization.
All right, Tim, do you have any thoughts on how a lot of these gentlemen now who are in the higher echelons of UFO research seem to be teaming up to go on these podcasts now for multiple messages at once?
And thank goodness they are, because, they obviously are working together. They're able to corroborate each other's work. They're demonstrating their schedule and talking about their plan. It sounds like a team on a mission, collaborating scientists with people in government, with lawyers. You're covering all bases. And so the fact that they're taking time out of their schedules to come on our show, and if they have to come in groups or singular, however they're coming out and talking to us on any show, I think is amazing. Keeping us in the loop, making us feel like we're part of disclosure, teaching us how to become an advocate towards this. I think it's part of their mission of disclosure and transparency to start it out in the grassroots ways that we're seeing them do it right now. I think it's a sign of things to come. I think it's just the beginning, and I think we can expect a lot more. We're going to get pages and pages of information at some point. You're going to be sick of reading data. I look forward to that. But I think that's coming.
I think it's coming too. All right, let's get to the final topic of the night. Daniel Sheehan shares an interesting story, John.
Yeah. So kind of actually, once again, on this whole topic, what we really had this week is we had a whole bunch of clips from different interviews being shared on Twitter, and they were very carefully clipped clips that each kind of illustrated an interesting topic, and some of them were a little more thought provoking and requiring than I expected, like Mr. Sheehan. So Mr. Sheehan gave the kind of story that you would typically hear from like your grandfather sitting on a porch, maybe involving, some frogs or something. And basically it's a really interesting story. But to kind of sum up the story, what the story is about is that when you find a creature that you know nothing about, you might believe that you're doing something to help them. And it might appear completely obvious to everyone in your species that is the right way to help them. But if you don't actually know how they work, you could be harming them in ways that don't just harm, one aspect of them, basically destroy their entire lives, right? And that was basically the gist of the story. And to me, it was it was kind of a weird thing for Danny Sheehan to be talking about, because like, why would you be telling that story unless you were fearful that there were some other species that might make that mistake with us?
Well, Daniel Sheehan has been let in on a lot of information that he is just itching to get out, but unfortunately, due to
Like
lawyer,
due
to lawyer and
filibustering.
Yeah. What's the word I'm looking for? Client.
Privilege.
Yeah, the privileges, the silence that goes along with that. Daniel has been very, very careful with what he words and what he releases. Do you think that maybe, just maybe, Elizondo and others whom he is representing are allowing him to maybe break out a little pieces of information because he knows what he can and cannot say, and he won't break that attorney-client privilege?
Yeah, but honestly, I've heard Danny Sheehan talk many times, and basically what he always talks about is the fact that whenever he meets with anybody, no matter who they are, he makes it very, very clear to them that absolutely anything that they show to him will go public. Like, he makes that very clear, even when to do so is completely out of context and questionably legal. He will say that, right? He says that all the time. Now, there's a ton of things that Elizondo can't say directly to Sheehan because it would be client privilege, and if it didn't endanger Elizondo, it just gets complicated, right? But if Elizondo went around with Sheehan and introduced him and got all the right people to say to Sheehan what Elizondo can't, now he can protect what he's heard from Elizondo, and he can sing like a jaybird about every other thing he hears.
Very true.
And that's,
Very
let's think about that Mach 12 plane he talked about. Like that whole presentation should have been cut off midstream, and Danny should have just vanished off the face of the earth. Like, just poof, nothing happened. I don't get it.
No, I get that. I get that. But, and I know Danny is somebody who wants full on disclosure, but he also knows a lot of information that he hasn't passed through. He can make the Grant Cameron statement all he wants that if you say it to me, it's going public. But in the end, attorney client privilege still has a lot of rules that he has to
Yeah,
follow.
no. But that was the distinction I'm making. Is that that's what he says to everyone that he meets with on the behalf of his clients. He never says that to his clients, right? It's always the people that he's talking to on behalf of his clients. So whenever he meets with anyone with his client, he tells that person, anything you share with me in this case for my client, I'm going to go public with, right? That's what I mean, he doesn't do it to the clients themselves.
Tim, what's your thoughts?
I love Danny's analogies that he makes in his discussions, and I always interpret them a little bit differently. But I must say, in this last one, my interpretation was that we're operating on a certain physics, and let's call that a language. They're operating on a entirely different physics, and let's call that an entirely different language. So for us to even start interpreting or having a dialogue, we need to start rethinking this. We can't just be taking down random UAPs, because what's the message we're delivering with that was kind of my interpretation. What are your thoughts?
No, I mean, I think you might be right. I hope you're wrong, just because I don't really agree with the premise in that, I can talk to a lot of people about far simpler concepts without ever having to ensure that they understand three-dimensional physics. You know what I mean? It's you especially if the upper party has an interest in communicating, right? So to me, it's just, I think what you said could very likely be an accurate interpretation of what he said. I'm just saying I hope not, just because I don't agree with it. That's all.
Right.
That's very interesting. What do you think Danny is going to do here if the AOI MSG gets its way and completely shuts down any more videos or information or public talk about UFOs outside of the report that is supposed to come every 6 months if it's not delayed?
Well, honestly, that taps into the other thing I wanted to talk about tonight, which got bumped out. We didn't have time, and that is that Elizondo finally, and I'm really sorry they didn't cover this earlier because I wanted to, but I couldn't find the information. He finally talked about Amnesty. Okay, and which I mean, I can go back. I've been asking for Amnesty for like 7-8 years. I've always believed it was the only way. It was the only way forward was Amnesty. And what he's talking about is not full amnesty. I like his method better. What he's talking about is a temporary amnesty, a 6-month amnesty that says, hey, for the next 6 months, anyone that knows anything is completely legally free from all NDAs, from all vows, from all everything, right? But if that 6 months passes, and on the trail for information, we discover that you were withholding information and you did not take advantage of that 6-month window, you will be prosecuted. I thought it was a really interesting approach to it. And I would argue that if that picks up the steam that I expect it to, that is what you're going to see Danny Sheehan focused on.
That is actually quite brazen, considering the fact that Elizondo is still a government contractor and talking about these subjects with Congress people and senators.
Yeah, the challenge is that when, even when you are a wholly owned contractor of the U.S. government, meaning that you are not paid through an intermediate and you're being paid, which I don't even know, I'm sure they do it with somebody. It's still different than being like an internal like employee, right? And so I don't know. The reason why I make that point is to say that for Elizondo to be working for a defense contractor that basically holds his tickets for the government, he's not as beholden to the government as he was before. He has potentially a much longer leash because of the fact that there's an intermediate company between him and the government.
Tim, what's your thoughts?
Well, if all else fails with AOI MSG, it's pretty clear Danny plans on attacking how these reports are being classified. He's very clear in stating that the current security state apparatus wants to keep this stuff secret, and that the way it's currently set up, it's violating internal standards for classification, and it violates the rights of the people in Congress that have a right to that information. And it's illegal to have it classified in this form, period.
And he's right that he's not overextending that. I mean, he might be exaggerating aspects of it, but fundamentally, he is dead on. You look at the entire nature, the entire meaning that drives the entire classification system. We've tread far off the trail, probably for good reasons, to be honest with you. But it doesn't change the fact that we've tread pretty far off the trail.
Harking the silence of the Air Force.
But I will say that I think, to the point that you just brought up, the reason why Danny Sheehan is so the reason why Danny Sheehan is so valuable is because he takes these very, for the most part, unpredictable approaches to the problem, right? Him attacking it from the point of view of how Elizondo was treated with his emails, him looking at what you just brought up, him looking at Amnesty, right? He doesn't attack them head on. He looks for auxiliary issues that could have as much impact on the system, and he attacks those. It's a very, very clever strategic approach, and it's awesome to see in someone in his role, and I think that's what makes him somewhat unique.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to get you to say goodnight right there. I know you're going to stick with us for the after-hours show once we are done the radio side of things, but we are going to hit the news here on Spaced Out Radio. Shirky Poo's got us all prepared. All right. Shirky Poo always gets us ready for the news each and every night here on Spaced Out Radio. Starting with a little breaking news. The first man in space, Russian cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin, has been stripped of his honors, allegedly, by the Space Foundation, which censored his name in light of current world events. The organization, which runs its annual Space Symposium conference in Colorado Springs, sees attendance of top-level representatives from the international space community, including 160 space companies, 100 speakers, and thousands of participants. In a now deleted note highlighted by Futurism, the Space Foundation saw that it was removing Yuri Gagarin's name from its annual Yuri's Night and replacing it with a celebration of space, discover what's next, at the conference. The focus of this being fundraising events remains the same, to celebrate human achievements in space, but because of what's happening politically, they are now washing their hands of the major accomplishments of Gagarin during his time in being the first man up above the earth. You know, I don't usually put commentary into this because it's not my place, and I am Ukrainian by heritage. I don't like this. Okay, this dude did something phenomenal 60 years ago. He's not to be punished because of this. This isn't a Russian thing, okay? This is a humanity thing. Put his name back up there. Don't be a bunch of jerks, okay? Yes, it's a bad situation. Yes, we want the Russians out of Ukraine. But this is just bullying tactics for the sake of saying, hey, we did something too. Look what we did. There's a word for that I can't use on the air. It starts with A, ends with holes, okay? That's what this is. It's a blank hole type move. It really is. Moving on, let's get to some time travel here. A self-proclaimed time traveler has made a number of claims about what will happen later this year, including the return of a dead celebrity. Yeah, TikTok user, Real TikTok Time Traveler, has shared numerous videos claiming to reveal what the world has got in store for us. In one recent upload, he shared some big events set to happen. The clip explains, some people don't believe I'm a real time traveler. So here are some pretty big events that will happen in 2022. 17 June signs one of the biggest ocean creatures to date found in the Pacific Ocean. 16th of September, a very popular musician will come out and admit he faked his own death. By the end of the year, robots would have taken up to 20% more jobs, replacing humans. Perhaps understandably, the time traveler's fellow TikTok users were not convinced, with some saying he made similar predictions last year and then deleted the clips when they turned out to be false. One person wrote, "Last time this happened, the date came and they deleted the video." Another commented, "I wrote down all of your predictions last year, and the one where it was the worst hurricane in history would happen in September 2021. It never happened." A third wrote, "You want people to believe? What is the temperature in Boston at 4:55 tomorrow?" While another person asked, "What's going to happen when those dates come?" and nothing happens. Look, every time traveler has a really, really good excuse. They don't know if it's on this timeline or a different timeline. Makes you think, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, we got another one of them challenges. The Orbeez challenge is causing harm in parts of Georgia and Florida. First Tide Pods, then the Lip Challenge, then Cinnamon Challenge. Now it's Orbeez. The latest viral social media trend is gaining traction on TikTok and has police across the U.S. warning their communities about potential dangers, like the viral challenges before it, saying people are getting hurt due to Orbeez. Yep, in Florida, people are being influenced to shoot the soft gel Orbeez balls at citizens in a gel ball gun or an airsoft gun. TikTok posts that hashtag Orbeez challenge show people playing with the small gel balls, but in other posts, people are sharing themselves gunning down people with the deadly Orbeez. The company, by the way, says it's unaware of the negative turn from the viral trend, and people should really not do it because Orbeez are designed for educational, creative, and sensory play and not intended to be used as projectiles or inserted into mechanisms. How do you ruin Orbeez? They're innocent. They're fun. I would love to dive into a pool of them. I really would. Let's keep Orbeez on the innocent list and not the murderous rampage that we are now going on thanks to TikTok. Thank you to everybody who participated in this show. Shirky Poo for the news, John for the UFO report, Swamp Dweller for the great story again, and our guest, Tim Seanor, for hanging out all night long. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Spreaker, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio.
I know you're out there somewhere.
Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night, but soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. There we go. That was one hell of a show.
Yeah, that was fun, man. Good
That's
stuff.
fun.
Yeah, man. So we roll around here.
Yeah. So
Good
okay.
stuff.
So everything since 2019. So wow, what a whirlwind, man. So I'm sure you talked about this before, and I'm forgetting, so I apologize. But then, can I assume that with you that you didn't have any other even suspected sightings as a child?
Correct.
Okay. What
Correct.
about any kind of like paranormal
I
activity?
did. So as a kid, I viewed the East Coast pink spiral, if you know what that is. It made headlines. It was a giant
I'll be
pink,
right back,
pink
guys.
spiral out in space. Okay, go for
I
it, bud.
heard about that. Was that real?
Yeah, that
You
was real.
saw
My
that?
dad, actually, I was outside and I ran in and got my dad, brought him out, and we saw it together. It lingered for a really long time.
That's
But the next
awesome.
day, they put it in the papers that it was Chinese rockets, and that it was theory, because they obviously didn't have evidence of that. But I remember my dad telling me that, and we read the article together, and I was fine with it. But then, decades later, it came out under lots of different scrutiny, and I mean, it looked intense. But I mean, how bizarre is it that my dad and I together viewed two potential portals in my life, right? If you want to call them that, or I mean, my dad called it a vortex.
That's fine.
Because
Whatever
that's
you're
what it looked
comfortable
like.
with.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
like, I mean, when you model them in water, it's called a vortex. So
Exactly.
If that helped you,
And
that helped you
my
sleep at night.
yeah, my dad is a chemical engineer,
Oh yeah,
and
there you go.
he works in polymer science. And
Oh, far out.
yeah, actually, he's written the book on it. I have my dad. My
That's
dad's a
sweet.
published
The
author on it.
polymers are fascinating. It really is a whole fascinating subject. For
He
sure,
actually
yeah.
worked on the static conductivity you could create with polymers. So he was really
Interesting.
working on generating power from rubbing rubbers together inside a copying machine for Xerox. Ultimately, is who he worked through.
Ooh, far
But
out.
yeah, but he was doing other things where he was working on a sprayable battery where you could print, you could
That would
literally
work.
print a diode, and theoretically you could print a computer. I could email you a computer that would work.
Yeah. Actually, I have a kit that I got from my daughter a while ago that we haven't even used yet, where it's liquid circuits. So you
Yeah.
just take like a piece of paper and you can put like a light
Yeah.
bulb on it and a battery, and you just like draw with a pen from one to the
Yes.
other, and it lights up.
Well, this is it. I mean,
So
that's
cool.
it. That's the stuff.
So cool.
So, but that was in the 80s,
Right.
when he was, but still you're talking about putting that into the hands of people. Like, that's really cool. I didn't know that existed. Yeah.
And this British guy like sells kits, like and so I
Really?
bought like a whole kit. Yeah. And it basically, one thing that comes with is all the parts and a diagram to build a little like a little Christmas house with real lights. But
Yeah,
you
that's
draw
neat.
all the circuits in, right? And
That's really neat.
it is. It's super cool. It's really clever, and it's like it's super neat. And the thing is that is being looked at so many levels. Like, you take, for example, you take what we saw in Black Panther, where energy was pushed at his suit, and then it wasn't just immediately reflected as it is in real life. It was actually stored and then seemingly replicated. It's probably not where it's going to go, the replication part. But the idea that you want to actually store the energy that you capture, right, is absolutely the goal, right? And I mean, I've even done experiments myself with the fact that, if you take some of that paint that glows under sunlight, and you take a piece of wood and spray like a circle of that on it, and then hit that piece of wood. I have like a 2-watt blue laser, right? So I hit that 2-watt blue laser at the board, and that thing immediately catches fire, just starts burning. I put that exact same beam on the color glow paint. It glows like the freaking sun for a while, but absolutely no heat. I have it under a thermal camera. Absolutely no heat whatsoever. Completely absorbs the heat and transfers it into photons.
That's interesting.
Right?
That's really neat.
That's super cool, right? I mean, like,
Yeah.
I mean that's really, as long as you don't mind sticking out like a sore thumb, that's actually defense from a laser up. I mean, how much of a laser you could block would depend on the quality and the thickness of the paint. I mean, it's like, I mean, there would really be like a relationship, you know? Yeah,
right.
yeah, right. It's crazy. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Hold on one second. Yeah, yeah.
So you just caught like the end. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm with my little daughter, so you know, it's kind of hard. Cool. So you know, yeah. So that's why I had to duck over for a second. And
no worries.
So So I only caught. I'm not going to listen to the rest of it. And I've seen you on Thomas's show. But to me, like I said, like one of the things that I find myself gravitating toward is looking at the story arc of each person I meet, and so I like to find out when they got into it, what got them into it, what kept them into it. Did they ever leave? Did they ever come back? How long did they wait? What pushed them out? What brought them back? You know, all those things, because I am finding interesting, and I'm finding enough patterns that I could justify putting together a hypothesis test.
And is it psychological, or are you going nuts and bolts?
I think it's psychological. I do too. I don't know.
I mean, I do too.
I take that back. Another possibility, right? Another possibility is that one of the kind of, so there's a lot of foreshadowing in life, right? And one of the foreshadowings is the fact that there are portions of your brain that know more than you do, and will hide information from you because they don't think you can handle it right now. And will then later on, when they think you're ready, decide to share that information with you. And they're usually right. It's usually at that point you can handle it.
Right.
Like, this is like an incredibly telling factor to like how our brains work, right? And so to me, it's like this, you know, it's just a perfect example of, you know, the kind of information about our own body and our own systems that just most people just aren't aware of, and then recognizing, you know, what impact, you know, it has on the system, but essentially, you know, where you were introduced to that, how you interacted with it, it all determines so much based on how you view this whole phenomenon, right? I mean, like, because like, I've met people, for example, in the nuts and bolts phase, and then lost contact with them, and then met them a while later, and found them in another phase that was like expected.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And
I mean,
it's not to say that any of it's right or wrong. It's just,
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'm so aware of that. And I mean, I'm not doing the consciousness thing. I'm just not. And like, I know that's where this always ends up going. But I'm just not going there. I'm, okay. You know, and for that exact reason, because I'm not.
And the thing is listen to your bloody instincts, right? Because I tell you, I did the same thing with abductions and primarily contact experiences in a whole, because I know that I have an underdog issue, right? I get very emotional about underdog issues. And so I knew that this was a topic that was potentially very heavily charged for me. And so I avoided it until the point where I just couldn't avoid it anymore. And in hindsight, I'm really glad I did. And I remember people criticizing me for it. And I was like, look, if you want me to continue to study this at all, this is how I'm going to do it. Because I guarantee you, if I start studying that stuff now, I'm going to walk away from the whole bloody thing, right? There's just no way, right? And so, and everyone has those things, right? And so if for your mind, it's the consciousness aspect of it that you need to absorb last, man, trust your instincts, you know?
I mean, I've kind of
yeah.
been there. I mean, I've researched as much as I could, kind of like in the whole pie. And I've realized that for me to prove it out, I just need to be able to duplicate it and get some sort of inscrutable evidence. You know,
I
that
need,
I
I
can
need
just
about,
sit
I
back
need
and be
about
like,
6 sets of biological twins
yeah,
that, you know, no one's going to look for, that,
right.
that I can work with.
You could do a
And,
before and after.
and
I mean,
then we could nail some stuff, right?
I
That's the
definitely
problem. How
think
do you
what
do that,
what
right? It's
Gary
like,
Nolan's doing is right. You know, the before and after effects, trying to gather data on
yep,
effects,
yep,
because
yep,
you
yep,
can't prove consciousness, but you can prove, you know, prove chemistry
yep,
and things like that. So
yep. And, you know, and the other aspect of consciousness that I find very interesting is that, is what I find is that whenever there are really big problems, like really big, hard things to solve, that what you end up seeing is you end up seeing the problem getting carved up naturally into different groups that in many cases don't even seem aware of each other and don't even seem to
right,
be in any contact whatsoever. And sometimes don't even notice each other's work. Like it has to be brought to their attention. But you
yeah,
end up with this thing, and then some number of months or years later, one of them will make some breakthrough, and it will just domino through that group, and suddenly this incredible insight will be reached. And I've seen it happen over and over and over again, and I'm looking forward to
right,
it. It's going to be fun because
yeah,
it's definitely happening. It's definitely happening.
yeah. I mean, it's interesting to see. You're really Dave. You're looking intense over there. You okay?
I'm editing right now.
Yeah, he's got to do
Are
all
you?
his editing right now. Yeah, so that's where we all hang out. Yep, yep. Keep Dave
Yeah.
I
comfortable with
gotcha.
editing. Yep.
I do
You're not,
involve myself in the conversation, but I'm just listening to you guys right now.
yeah, no worries.
Are we still doing your show live?
Oh yeah, we're still on YouTube.
Yeah,
Okay.
we always do this. I mean, I've been doing as much lately because I'm usually with my little girl, and I'm gonna have to bail here in a minute. But I mean, normally, I mean, God, I mean, there have been nights where Dave and I have hung out until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Is that right?
And
And your audience hangs out with you?
common. That's not common. You'd be surprised. There were some troopers, man. There were like 60-something people that actually hung out till 3 o'clock in the morning. It was crazy. I was impressed. I think they were drunk. But the thing is that Dave always has to do this editing after the show. And
Right.
so any night that I'm on that I can, I'll just hang out and just, you know, just talk with him while he's doing it. And on weekends, you know, we'll try to hang out a little longer and so forth. And so, I mean, quite honestly, anytime, you know, you're just like, you know, bored after midnight, you know, ping Dave and he'll send you a link.
Climb aboard the Woo train.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I love
Just,
it.
you know, we just hang out and shoot the shit. You know, it's all just, it's very mellow and, you know,
I
good questions
used
from
to
the
be able to
audience.
go a lot longer, but I mean, I started getting really tired in the mornings,
Yeah, I
and
understand that.
having
Dave's getting
to,
old.
well,
Just
yeah,
put on
How
crap,
old?
Dave. I'm just giving you crap. I'm just giving you crap. It's
young
good. No,
bucks.
it's good. It's good. No, it's good to be aware of it's good to be aware of it. My sleep patterns are awful.
How old are you, Tim?
Let's see. What year is it?
Which and that's not fair because you can say whatever the hell you want. Like this is
I
the
was born
big
in
trick
70.
between you
So
buggers that shave your heads, right? Because you could be anything. You could be 26. You could be 65. Who the
no.
hell knows?
Yeah.
Very
No.
unfair.
Thank goodness for low definition streaming, right? We all look handsome and young. I think I'm gonna be 53 this year. I
What?
think I was born in
Nice.
70. So
Yeah, I'll be 49 this year.
he's a baby.
Oh man, you were born in '70s, so cool. So yeah, so you're part of that whole like drink the hose from the front yard and
Oh, yeah.
you know cool.
Heavy metals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, heavy metals as a kid and heavy metal as a teenager. So yeah.
Two
Yeah.
totally different
Yeah.
things. Now it's
Yeah.
Pantera. It used
Yeah.
to be colon cancer. I'll tell you
Yeah,
what.
yeah.
I grew up on the East Coast in upstate New York, And things were pretty loosey goosey in the 70s, up there. You don't lock your doors. If you don't come home by 8, your parents aren't sweating it. There were no cell phones or the internet or anything like that. So, you didn't check in. You were just out until you were home.
Yep.
And so
No,
things
it,
are not
it,
like
it was,
that now.
it was a great time, but the truth of the matter is that it wasn't as safe as people thought it was. A lot of folks disappeared. I mean, there was we were running without bumper rails, and it was fun, right? But
It wasn't
we
so much
didn't all
about
make it.
John.
you
It
know?
wasn't so much about that. It was more so about the fact that back then you didn't have a bunch of teenagers running around with Glocks and handguns and AK-47s running around terrorizing people. It wasn't the gang situation that there was.
For me, there
before.
was.
Well, I'm not saying there wasn't gangs, John.
No.
I'm
I'm just saying is actually that. I mean, in Oakland and in the Bay Area and so forth. Like, I mean, that stuff happened early enough that for me, I don't have any life without that. I don't remember life without. I have no memory of life. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, where I grew up, I saw my first gun outside of a police officer. I saw my first gun at 21 years old at a
I'd
bar.
seen shootings long before that. I'd witnessed
I
shootings
saw my
long before
first
that.
gun. There was a bar fight outside that my buddy was in, and there was we had gangs up here too. I mean, we're not gonna.
No one's free of gangs. I mean, no one's.
Yeah.
Anywhere where you go, yeah.
This one guy had one holstered in an ankle holster, and
Gangbanger to me, but okay.
Yeah. Well, when you're at the bar and they aren't waving the wand.
No, yeah. Yep. No, totally.
Right?
No, I know all that stuff is like.
But I grew up much like Tim. Even in my area right now, I know people who don't lock their doors. I know one person who's lived in this area for 40 plus years, doesn't even know where his house keys are. They go on vacation out of town. Oh, well, somebody wants something, come grab it. Right?
That's nice.
Yeah. I mean, I can go into my vehicles right now.
Okay,
when I lived in
the
mainland by Vancouver, my vehicles were always locked.
For the real practical benefit of what you're talking about, right? For the actual practical benefit of it, I don't know. To me, it just it's all about comfort, and it's not about function. And that's okay. I mean, comforts matter. It matters to people, but to me, it's more about comfort. And I don't know.
Yeah,
but I mean,
lived
the thing
in
is,
the Bay Area.
Yeah, you live in. But whereabouts?
I lived in Brentwood.
Okay,
on the other side of the Mount Diablo.
Yeah. I grew up in Mountain View.
Yeah. I mean, it's beautiful. I can't
it's
complain.
Amazing. No.
Yeah,
it's
but
amazing.
right over on the other side of Mount Diablo, it's not so nice.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Yeah. Good times in California, though.
What changed in I remember growing up, we never locked our doors. And then all of a sudden in the early 80s, there was this serial killer that was hunting down children named Clifford Olson.
We all had that changed it. Everyone had a story that changed it for them.
Yeah, who murdered like 14 children, like kidnapped 14 children and murdered them. And he was almost the reason why, like, Canada doesn't have a death penalty. He was almost the reason why they brought it back. It got voted down by a very slim margin. And up until his death of cancer a few years ago in prison, he was still writing letters to members of the family explaining what he did to their kids. Like, he was still torturing the families from prison.
That's horrible.
Wow.
Yeah, just a brutal human being.
Wow,
brutal.
That's crazy. That is crazy. But the one thing I will say, and then I got to jet, is that I do think that everyone's reacting in very funny ways. And I think that in every generation, you have areas where there's a complete lack of controls, and kids go nuts. And the truth is, we don't even see what they are till later, and usually in most cases. And so, to me, like I always think about like the things that I learned as a kid, and what I've discovered is that a lot of those lessons that I learned as a kid, I now watch my daughter learn in completely different ways, but it's the same lesson. And it doesn't mean that her way is any better or worse than mine, right? It's just different. And so this idea that suddenly one generation isn't getting something that another generation did, I don't know. I think we all take what we need, but it's hard to know. But dude, Tim, seriously, man, I'm looking forward to listening to the beginning of it, because like I said, I missed it, but I just, first off, it was just fun to listen to, but once again, I know how hard it is to talk about this stuff. So thank you so much for sharing, and you do so with such, just, you can just tell in your voice. There's good honesty there. We appreciate it.
For sure, John. Thanks, man. Appreciate
All right,
that.
Man. All right. Well, hey, it's good
great
talking
to
to you.
meet you.
Please come by again. Yeah, I know. You too. And
sure.
Dave, always a pleasure, my friend. And everyone, thank you so much for hanging out. But my little one is waiting, and got to play Minecraft. So got to
Have a great couple of shows this weekend, John.
Oh, yeah. Thank you much. Take it easy.
All right, later. Then it's just me and Seanor Tim.
Here we go.
Yeah.
I do kind of have just one question for you.
Yeah.
And I know you're probably limited on time. I'm not trying to keep you up.
No, we got another number of minutes here. Keep
Okay.
going. Don't worry about it.
My kind of question is, what is your interpretation of UAP and ghosts and really the whole phenomenon field? Do you feel like everything is linked somehow? Do you think that they're very independent and very different things? You do a lot of interviews and you're a researcher on your own. I know you are. And so what's your take from everything you've gleaned?
I think it's all connected. I think it is all connected. And I think as this subject moves closer and closer, much to what I said in my blog last night, I believe that as we mature in this subject, and we learn more, we are going to learn that everything is going to come out in proper order, and everything is going to come out with the idea that it is all intertwined somehow. There is this invisible thread, and this isn't something new that people are just discovering.
Right.
Okay. There are people like David Weatherly or Timothy Renner, Joshua Cutchin, and many others who are Grant Cameron, who are investigating the entire phenomena as a whole, and not just as a piece by piece type of, we got the ghosts over here, we got the cryptids over here, or anything like that. I am a firm believer of that because of what happened to me. Okay. Mine started off very synergetic with the channeling process of the angel of death the night I saw him in my mother's eyes. Then within days, my house became haunted. Within days of that, I started having premonitions come true. And then within weeks of that and months of that of working on it, I started seeing more and more. I wanted to stay paranormal because I was comfortable with that. But I also wanted to see Sasquatch because I'd already seen a UFO at that point, right? And so when I put that energy and everything tied together to it, I was able to see Sasquatch. And then my guru, who I was working with at that time, named Pascal, he started saying, my guides want you to concentrate on UFOs. And I was like, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. Yet they came, and then the aliens arrived. So it happened all in an order, right? And to me, it really made me wonder early on if it was all connected somehow. And when I started, the show, I had no idea about that. I had kind of put that in the back of my head until I started maturing with the show and maturing with the subjects and realizing that there were people who were looking into this entire phenomena, right? I mean, look, I realize that there's a lot of people who aren't, going to agree with me. There's a lot of people who aren't going to believe what I've seen or whatever, because I'm anecdotal evidence. You have to trust me on my word. And for some people out there, that's not good enough. And I'm okay with that. I'm very much okay with that. But, I'm not about to change what I've learned or change what I know in order to appease someone else who is maybe not believing of what I'm saying or thinking that I'm pulling a ruse, right? So
Right.
that is why I have personally gravitated over to researchers that are taking in the entire phenomena as a whole, rather than people who are still trying to individualize it, that UFOs have nothing to do with ghosts, which has nothing to do with consciousness, which has nothing to do with anything, and trust me, Tim, when I say this, there are some damn good researchers out there, incredible researchers in every community. Okay. Take Merle, for instance, from Ghosts of the Great White North. He's a ghost guy. Can't stand UFOs. I think it's more because he fears them. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything. All right. But if I take him, there's a guy who has a law background, who is ghost hunting is just his thing. That's his muse. That's all he wants to do is ghost hunt. He doesn't want
Right.
to tie it into cryptids. He doesn't want to tie it into UFOs. He
Just
doesn't want to
focus.
tie it into anything. Now, does that make him wrong or his theories wrong? No. But what it does do is it marginalizes what he might be able to find out.
Interesting point.
Right. And so that is kind of that is kind of where I'm going with things,
Yeah.
because I personally really believe it is all connected. And the more people I talk to and the higher up people whom I talk to who are looking into this, they are searching the same thing as well.
Interesting.
That we are all part of this giant phenomena that we have no answers. This is why, like, there are certain things I can't handle listening to. Okay. I can't handle listening to certain podcasts or certain researchers, because deep down, I know what they're feeding their audience is a line of bullshit for their popularity.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of where it went,
Right.
and I'm going
Yeah.
to say something very controversial here. Okay. But that's one of the reasons why, like, back before Rich Giordano and I split, okay, and he went and he started publicly attacking me on his shows. That's what I really respected about Rich, was the fact that it was very, not the attacks or anything like that, but Rich, in my opinion, is a very good researcher. He is somebody who is, when he's on his game, he picks out things that normally people can't pick out. And it doesn't matter if
Yeah.
it's stolen or Cameron or whomever.
No, Dave,
And,
that's super refreshing to hear you say something positive right now, and I love
you
it. I love it. That's great.
you
Um,
know,
yeah,
like I said, I don't agree with the way his show is gone,
and you
but
don't
that's
have to. I
an
think
entirely
that's
different
great.
topic.
Yeah, right.
But I was attracted to him because he was somebody I could say, man, I experienced this. And he'd be like, well, wasn't it more like this? And I'm like, no, man, that's not what I felt. Okay. And I wasn't trying to hear what or to not listen to him. I listen to a lot of people. Okay. Nicole Sackich is another one who, when something happens to me, I listen to her because what she has to say is extremely relevant. And I wish
Yeah.
I knew, where's that book? There? No. I have a book somewhere with a drawing. Nicole and I drew the same thing after a dream.
Whoa.
We literally had one of those holy hell moments where we were on the phone. Dude, you're not going to believe what happened. She was like, dude, you're not going to believe what happened. And then we showed each other our pictures that we drew,
Synchronicity.
and they were almost identical.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Now you got to realize, like with Nicole, I've never met outside of what you and I are doing right now and some private conversation. I had never met Nicole before, right? I still haven't met her. I'll meet her in Las Vegas for the first time,
That's awesome.
right? I've never met her personally. But you run with the synchronicity that happens. Why did I in British Columbia and her in Illinois have the same dream on the same night? And
Yeah.
and the area that we didn't define, we both said was blurry. We couldn't see it.
Very
How does that happen,
interesting.
right? So,
Akashic record or something.
you know, I just
Yeah, that's
run with
really
it.
intense.
It is very intense. It's very intense.
Can I ask
So
you another question, a
ask
little
anything you want, dude.
similar? I'm curious because you kind of have a nice overview of things, and I was wondering, how do you consider things are going to play out? Let's just say that we prove that there are some others that are here, pretty quickly. Let's just say we're able to prove it out with data this year, for example. How do you see disseminating that information to the public with in accordance with, say, religious organizations and scholarly organizations? Let's say, how do you think that this could potentially play out in the public without everyone running for the hills or thinking it's a line of BS?
Lou Elizondo has, and trust me, I'm not taking credit for this. Tim, what I do is I really, really try to read between the lines. Okay. I was taught in journalism that what you hear is only half the story. What you have to do is you have to read between the lines, put the puzzle pieces together, and that's where the real story is. Okay. That comes from experience of covering stories. Okay. And one of the concerns that I have been bringing up for the last number of years, and only recently did I hear Lou Elizondo talk about it on one of his own, on one of the podcasts recently that he was on, was the fact that there's 7.8 billion people in this world. Over half of this planet, one way or another, prays to a religious deity. All right, whether it's God, whether it's Vishnu, Brahma, Allah, Buddha, whomever it may be. There are a lot more humanitarian issues that we need to worry about than just coming out and announcing aliens are here. We're in contact. Okay. And I think Lou Elizondo said exactly what I had been saying. And I remember hearing it because I had quite the snicker over it, because you can go back in past shows. This goes to a big portion of what we are having to deal with. People can sit there and say, yeah, I'm ready for ET contact. Yeah, I'm ready for disclosure. We're not ever going to see disclosure. And I'll explain that part in a minute. So remind me, okay? But they have a lot on their minds. How is it going to affect half the population that believes in a religious deity and anything that comes down from the stars is Armageddon? That can start a world war. Okay? How is it going to affect the economy? Because when there are world-altering events, the economy crashes. What's going to happen on Wall Street? What's going to happen at Nippon in Japan? What's going to happen at the New York Stock Exchange? This is real stuff. What's going to happen with people in general? We are all this society now, whether you live in rural British Columbia like I do, or you live in amongst the 12 million people within New York City limits, this or the 40 million people who live within the Hong Kong city limits, how is this going to affect every human being? We are at the highest stress point that humanity has ever been. We are at the highest unhealthy point for humans than we have ever been, due to terrible food consumption and lack of exercise, and looking for gateways like cigarettes or alcohol or vaping or narcotics or marijuana or whatever it may be. Okay, there's going to be a number of people who come out of this so scared that we are being invaded by a threat narrative, and the Bible called this, that they may try to take things into their own hands. What do they have to lose? So there are a lot of humanitarian problems. How many people are going to have, the minute the president of the United States comes out and holds a press conference, how many people are and says, ladies and gentlemen, we have contact, the aliens are here? How many people are going to have heart attacks due to stress because of that?
So
How
you
many
don't think it's going to happen that way?
Do I think it's going to happen that way?
Yeah.
I don't think society is ready. We're too busy doing this, dude.
Yeah.
Okay? We're not like this. We're not like this. We're not like anything. We're this.
Yeah,
dude.
and I mean, it's hard to get there. We're still evolving, obviously.
Yeah, but COVID, though, and I don't want to get it, and chat room, don't get into the COVID talk. Otherwise, your comments are going to be completely deleted. Okay? But I'm just going to say this quickly. COVID was a very, very good litmus test for how humans are going to react with extraterrestrials. Okay? We panicked for no reason because of the media. Look, I'm not a COVID denier. Okay? So we're not going to get into the COVID debate. Okay? But we panicked for no reason. We hoarded for no reason. There was no reason for Mom and Pa Jones to go down to the department store at Walmart and buy 3,000 rolls of toilet paper.
Or fill garbage bags with gasoline.
Or fill garbage bags with gasoline. It was human psychosis at its best or worst, whatever the way you want to put it. Okay? People panicking for no reason, that the world was coming to an end. When you and I'm not saying COVID wasn't real and horrible and nasty, okay, because I know people who had it, who had very light symptoms, and I know people who were in the hospital almost dying. I didn't know anybody who died, okay? But the way we treated people during the height of the pandemic was a very good litmus test for every government in the world to see how people were going to react to something really serious. Not something where you had a 99.7% chance of surviving. But I'm talking really, really serious. I mean, what the hell are people going to hoard? Right?
Right.
If they come out. But the other thing too is there are questions that, and this gets back to the other point, and I mentioned it during the show about the UFO Pandora's box. Okay. We do not know as of right now what stories are real and which ones are garbage. And until full disclosure happens, which I do not think will happen in our lifetimes, we cannot count out any story, whether it's Lazar, whether it's Adair, whether it's Linda Moulton Howe's alphabet people in Antarctica, whether it's bodies out of Roswell, whether we made contact, whether it's Bob Bigelow and what was happening at Skinwalker Ranch, whether it was anything to do with any type of crash retrieval or anything, or Eisenhower meeting with aliens and trading humans for technology. That's a popular one still. Any conspiracy like that, we cannot throw in the garbage. There are people who will say, well, was our this or Eisenhower didn't do that. We don't know. Until there is a complete checklist, which is buried at the Pentagon, comes out and says, Lazar's not real, Eisenhower's not real, Roswell, yes, we did get aliens out of that. The Phoenix Lights were not A-10 Thunderbolts. It was a big boomerang that was flying through the sky from the Pleiades or wherever it may be. Until we start getting truth like that, all of these stories are on the table. You can't fold anything or throw it in the garbage. You can't. And there will be people who totally disagree with me on that. And I'm okay with that. But it's my opinion that you can't. Right?
Is there anything that you could point to for a newcomer to the field where they could see something that could potentially sway their opinion and at least get them to say maybe?
Watch Close Encounters of the Third Kind and Flight of the Navigator.
Did you ever see Explorers? That was good too. They created, it was like this round ship and they put a bubble around it. And it's like a warp time field or something. And they were cruising around their neighborhood. I think it was also Disney. Explorers kind of was also one of those films that pushed the boundaries. I guess I was asking more along the lines of, is there anything out in the world that we could pull up on the internet for, say, my waitress tomorrow that serves me coffee, who is not a believer in UFOs? Is there something I could pull up on my phone and get her to go, maybe there is something to this? Is there footage or case?
To me, the most important voice that very few are paying attention to, but those who are realizing what he's saying, is Sean Cahill.
Couldn't agree with you more. That gentleman is a Jedi, and you should recognize that. I totally agree with you there.
Yeah. Follow everything that Sean Cahill says and read between the lines. He is extremely deep. He uses a beautiful edition of the English vocabulary. He is very knowledgeable, and he is very pointed at what he is saying. He may not give you the goods, but he will point you in the direction that it's time to open up.
And thank him for clarifying something for me. It was really helpful for me to hear him say out loud that ufology and the study of UAP are two different things. Because for me, that enabled me to separate ufology with history and fact. Okay, we can call that, okay, that's historical fact. That's our UFO facts. Whether they're real or not, that's our ufology side. And now we have this UAP study, which is more scientific and it's based on data gathering. And I found his separation of those two into the field helped me to kind of say, I'm interested in this. This is where I'm going to focus, because it's a vast field and I could go down so many rabbit holes. Hearing him say that was helpful.
Let me throw a caveat at you here and our audience. What if the study of UAP is just the cover-up?
Oh man, you're killing me, because I've been thinking that. And I almost asked you this. I'm like, what if all of this UAP was this mundane cover-up for supersonic tech or something like that? And what if it's all just the psyops part, and people even that we trust are part of that narrative?
But don't look at it as a cover-up, but look at it as a stepping stone. Look, Elizondo is smart enough, and Mellon is smart enough to realize the public isn't ready for the truth. Okay? What would happen, and this is hypothetically speaking, what would happen if Elizondo came out and said, I'm an experiencer? What would happen?
Right.
All right. The way I like to put it is ufology is still in first gear, getting out of, you got the clutch in and you're shifting down to second. What Elizondo and Cahill are doing, they're in fifth gear, shifting down to sixth. And they're in the hot rod. Okay. Yeah. They're in the, in the Ferrari or the Lamborghini, or pick your Maserati, or pick your car, your sports car. We're in a Jeep Wrangler, okay, with terrible tires, driving down the highway going with
the top down.
Right, right. That's where we are. And one of my last conversations with Sean, I had a very lengthy conversation with him, and we talked about the fact that they're tired of a lot of these basic questions. What happened at Roswell? Who's driving the Tic Tacs? Okay, they're tired of that. And I said to Sean point blank, you can't be mad at ufology for asking you guys questions like that, because these are questions that ufology has never had answered. And people know that you guys may have the answer, so they're going to ask. Whether or not Elizondo can say what happened there. Elizondo, he leaves Easter eggs everywhere. Whether you like him or not, it's irrelevant. When he went on UFO Garage with Ben and Joe a couple of weeks ago, and they brought up the idea of Elizondo, Ben and Joe didn't even realize what the fuck he said. They didn't catch on until later. Okay?
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Okay? Elizondo made a couple of good points. He goes, if it was he knows what happened there. He knows what was taken from there. He can't come out and say it. Okay? Because the first question when you go into that position is, what happened at Roswell?
Right.
That's the first place everyone is looking. Tim, if you or I or anybody in our room, including the ugly-footed GFG, if we were given that position, the first thing we are doing is, what happened at Roswell? What happened there?
Yeah.
They got aliens? But here's what he said. And there's two big things that Elizondo said that I had never thought of. And I'd never heard of anybody in ufology think of. Number one, and I'm not saying that nobody's ever talked about this, I just hadn't heard it. Okay? Number one, because I don't know the military. I don't know how the military works, never served. He goes, if it was a weather balloon, they wouldn't have called in the head of the base to go down there to survey the entire platoon that was down there collecting this alleged weather balloon.
Even if it was a secret operation balloon?
No, they would have sent a few people, maybe 5, maybe 10, and a staff sergeant to go collect it.
Well, what if there was a piece of controversial gear on that weather balloon that they didn't want to have land in the wrong hands?
Okay, I agree with you. But look at the man who is saying it.
Right. And I asked Lou directly on air about this, and I don't know if you saw me talk to Lou on Thomas's show or not, but I asked him directly, and he chuckled. And I'd said, "Do we have craft and bodies?" Just directly, because I'm that guy. I'm naive and I'm new to this, and it was my first time with him, and I just I was like, if I don't ask this very basic question, I will be kicking myself. And he just smiled really largely and said, "Tim, I cannot answer that at this time." And he's like, kind of emphasized, "I really can't." Like, I don't know, he's implying that obviously there's more to this story. And so, yes, they have craft and bodies in my interpretation of that.
The telling piece for me in that interview was part 2, where Elizondo said at Roswell, you don't bring a tri-axle heavy hauler trailer for a Mylar balloon.
That's a great point. Yes.
He goes, you bring in those heavy haulers to haul something heavy and big.
Yeah.
And you don't get the Army to cordon off an area, an entire platoon of Army soldiers to cordon off an area for a Mylar balloon.
And quite honestly, just the fact that they did come out with the photographs of them holding the Mylar balloon, it seemed very the most telling part of the story out of everything, really, because they could have just let it go and just never mentioned the fact that they had published something about a crash saucer. They could have just never mentioned anything. They didn't have to follow up. They could have just let it go, but instead they decided to seal it up quickly with a very obvious, in my opinion, cover-up.
Mm-hmm.
I think that almost was proof in the pudding, that there was more to the story and that they were covering up.
If you listen to every interview that Elizondo did, besides the basic little if you listen to his interview, besides the basic questions that everybody asks, and you listen to him when he gets a real thought-provoking question, look for the Easter eggs.
Right.
And guys, I wasn't recognizing them until Elizondo stated on an interview. I think it was it was
Theory
before I
Everything?
for the first time.
Was it
where he
on
said,
Theory?
No, it was well over a year ago.
Oh, okay.
And he said, guys, I'm leaving ufology clues all over the place. You guys aren't getting them. You guys aren't getting what I'm saying. Start paying attention is basically what he's saying.
Right.
So that's when I started paying attention. Right?
it always feels like I'm asking the wrong questions. You know what I
Oh.
mean? And I don't quite know how to question somebody that has an NDA, and I'm sure most of us don't. You know, unless you're trained
Well,
in this sort of thing.
that's why when I interviewed him the first time, I stayed right away from the NDAs. And I would say use terms because it gets psychological at that point. Okay. I would use terms as what does human Lou say? Not NDA Lou or military Lou or ATIP Lou. What does human Lou think of this?
Yeah.
It becomes psychological,
Hmm.
right? Right? Lou gives a lot. Look, there are people who say Lou doesn't give a shit. Lou gives a lot. We're just stupid enough to not be paying attention.
Right. And he definitely does leave us breadcrumbs with every interview. And in fact, today's interview, I think Lou read out a viewer question. And I don't know if you saw the full interview today or not, but on Unidentified Celebrity Review with Lou,
Yeah, I didn't get the opportunity to today.
one
I
of
wanted
one of his viewer questions just hit it right on the head. And Lou's reaction was great because he's like, this is the perfect question because it is our game plan. And unfortunately, I don't recall the details right now. I'm getting a little tired, but I'll tell you, that's the sort of stuff when he confirms something where he doesn't have to say everything. You know, it's not stepping on his NDA, but he can say, this is the question that needs to be asked because, you know, this is getting the questions heading in the right direction. And so that will be a great interview to rewatch for everyone in your
let me
audience as well.
say this. About a year ago, we started a little mini campaign, and it caught fire for about a week, and then it died off. Why now?
Oh man, you mean the first campaign that we had?
No, I want you to think about this, and I want the audience to think about this. There was no need for the TTSA. There was no need for Elizondo to come out. There was no need for the UFO subject to go public. Why now? There's only two reasons. Number one, Dr. Stephen Greer is correct that there's going to be an alien false flag due to the threat narrative. Or number two, and I don't think number one is very plausible. Or number two, there was communication made and a date was set.
I've heard that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you think that it is the latter, number two, okay, let's think about this. You have to start setting up society now.
Right.
They're not worried about that the people in our age category or our parents' age category or our grandparents who are still alive who believe in the church and everything that their reverend priest or whomever is giving them. They're not worried about that. They're worried about indoctrinating the younger generations who are finding their own spirituality. Kids today, you're a dad, I'm a dad. My kids, you know, each of them believes in God, okay? But they found their own spirituality not through someone's interpretation of a book that was changed to make a king happy in England in the 1100s. They're more interested in finding their own spirituality by going out in nature, sitting on a rock and listening to the creek water stream by, manifesting their own destinies, okay? Finding their own love of life and their love of God or source or whatever you want to call it within themselves. That's the younger generation. The
Yeah.
dinosaur generation is anything that comes from the sky is Armageddon, and we got to be prepared for the rapture. And God is only taking a few of us because the rest of you are a bunch of sinners who aren't going to go anywhere. And this is the example I always give to my audience. And I'm going to preface this. I'm not an environmentalist. I'm not a tree hugger. I'm not anybody like that. I don't like electric vehicles that are coming. Okay? I'm a gas guy. All right? But that's for another conversation. But when you are out in the wilderness, okay, like for me, I go out in the wilderness, Tim, and whether I'm driving my vehicle on a logging road or whether I'm walking on a trail geocaching, okay, the one thing that nature has the ability to do is balance us. When I get home after a 2-3 hour drive in the forest, I come home and the first thing I want to do is sit on my couch and take a nap because I am absolutely gassed, pun intended, for doing nothing but driving and looking at trees and having the hope of seeing a wild animal. How do I get tired by doing that? How come I don't feel any stress? Walk up to a tree. And once again, I'm not a, pun intended, I'm not a tree hugger. But do yourself a favor one day and go up to a tree and hug that tree tightly and tell that tree how beautiful it is, how thankful you are. You will actually feel that tree's energy come back through you and say, thank you, you're welcome. It's kind of like if you walk up to somebody and today, because you know one of the old ways of chivalry is dead, and that's like holding a door open for a person. You ever see someone's reaction to when you hold a door open for them? 9.5 times out of 10, they are going to be very, very thankful. And they're going to turn to you. They're going to be, oh, thank you for doing that. That's a natural, beautiful human reaction. It's positive energy, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And when you hug a tree or your dog, how does your dog react when you look at your dog and you say, who's a happy puppy? Who's a happy puppy? Your dog goes nuts because your dog's like, I'm a happy puppy. Look at me. Right?
So, by the same stroke that you're explaining positive vibes with nature, if we're sending negative vibes to nature, do you think that M. Night Shyamalan's film could be a reality and Nature Strikes Back?
What? Which one?
He had a film that I can't remember the title of where Mother Nature started poisoning people, basically.
It wouldn't surprise me.
And they were all jumping off and committing suicide in this film, jumping off buildings and things.
Oh, that one. I didn't see that one yet.
But basically, it's where Mother Nature is sick and tired of humans and decides to treat us with this chemical where we just imbalance. And
okay,
I mean, can we, in the same rate, have that negative vibe out there affecting nature?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Dude, I have a buddy of mine. I think that a lot of people who go missing in the forest every year are taken by the forest.
That's an interesting idea.
Okay. Now, hear me out on this. My buddy Mike. Okay. My buddy Mike, he's a hunter. He only takes what he needs. Okay. He's hunting one day for rabbits and grouse, pulls into an area that I'm very, very familiar with. And he pulls down this hill. So the logging road is up here, and down below in here is a gravel pit. And then you got about 100 yards, not even 100 yards of gravel pit. And then it starts to turn into nature where there's there's trees, there's forests and bushes and everything. It's a good grouse area. And so he walks up the hill to the main road as he's parked down below in the gravel pit, and he gets about 2/3 of the way down. This is at about in dusk time, just before, because you can only hunt until an hour after sunset. So it's at dusk now, and he's from where I am right now, he's probably 15 miles west of me in the forest, 16 miles west of me in the forest. And he starts hearing my voice in the middle of the forest. Help me. Mike, I'm in here. Help me. Come help me. And my voice is emanating all around him, but he feels that he's supposed to go into the forest to find me. Now, if you look at First Nation legend, there's a few creatures that do that. The Wendigo does that. Skinwalkers do that. And the little people do that. Because they are all creatures of supernatural phenomena. Cryptids. Now, a lot of people who've come in contact say they hear the same thing, where if they see a Wendigo out the window, or all of a sudden they'll hear their dad's voice outside the front door, and meantime dad's sleeping on the couch in the other room. Right? Well,
Yeah.
how does that creature know the voice? So if you heard me out there and you're a friend of mine and you hear me yelling for help, you're going to go in 9 times
Right.
out of 10. What's on that other side? What's there to greet you? What's there to take you? Okay? Why would the forest do that? Right?
Yeah. It's unexplainable. It's interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Do you think that like my past, whatever that is, and your past, whatever that is what forms our views of this phenomenon? Like the fact that whatever my religious background or however I was raised, my scientific understanding or lack thereof is what my foundation is. And no matter what, I can't really mentally break out of that barrier. And so if this information ever came to light, don't
Okay.
you see that there would be a huge amount of denial?
Sure. I have denial.
Yeah.
Right? Like everybody who hears my story, they're like, oh, well, this guy says he's had this happen. He's had that happen. He's had that happen. Dude, I have been my biggest skeptic
Yeah, me
through
too.
all of this.
That's
Okay.
good to
You
hear, actually,
have
that you're
to.
saying that.
You have to be.
Yeah.
Okay? And you made a good point during the show where you said if you had a choice of this happening again, you wouldn't want it to happen. Dude, I wouldn't want any of this shit to happen that happened to
Yeah.
me to happen. Okay? And
Yeah.
there's a lot of shit that's happened that I've never even brought up yet, that I've kept quiet.
Wow.
Right? The point that I'm getting at is this. The phenomena is contacting people and giving people an opportunity to see what is truly out there. And for people like you and me who get hit hard with it, I'm assuming, this is all assumptive here, okay? I'm assuming they are doing it because they're trying to, whatever the phenomena is trying to wake people up. It's not trying to scare us. Well, maybe at times it is. Okay? It's not trying to to endanger us. Everything you're feeling and everything I'm feeling, dude, that's humanity. That's not the phenomena. That's a human reaction. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know how to properly answer that. But look, I'm like you, man. If I could give this all up tomorrow or turn back time to December 11th or December 13th, 2011 at 7:45 p.m., I wish I wouldn't have went into that room to pick up the glasses. I wish I would have stuck around, and I was so pissed off that my parents were leaving to go watch fucking Dancing with the Stars instead of hanging out with family, because we don't have a close family, that I went into the other room to clean up because I had to release my anger somehow. So I figured, well, I might as well put that energy into cleaning my house. What if I had just sat there and watched the hockey game? What if my parents didn't announce that they were leaving? I'd have been okay. Would I have seen it? Probably not. I wasn't supposed to see it. Okay? Wasn't supposed to see the angel of death in my mother's eyes. Okay? I wasn't supposed to channel the angel of death. I had no idea what channeling was. Channeling to me was grabbing a remote control, man, and flipping through as many channels as you could in the middle of the night, because it's a Sunday night, I can't sleep, and there's nothing on television.
Right.
Right? That was channeling to me.
Yeah.
So,
do you think
anyway,
it's going to happen on a large scale then at some point? We can wind this down because I know it's late, but things that happen like the giant pyramids over wherever, Capitol buildings that we're seeing possibly fake, possibly real. But do you think that, and this will be my final question, do you think that the source is going to reveal itself and then we'll have like this new understanding? Or do you think what do you think is going to happen in how it would reveal itself, if it's going to be revealed?
I would say that we are 20 to 30 years away. But we have to, but like I said earlier, and I kind of jumped off topic, okay, this is why the confirmation started now, or 4 years ago, going on 5 years ago. Because you need time to start getting people used to the conversation. You need to warm them up. If you're in Major League Baseball, Tim, you don't all of a sudden walk out of the dugout, walk right up to the plate, and hit a Randy Johnson 100-mile-an-hour fastball on your first swing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You watch Major League Baseball players, they all take batting practice a couple hours before the game, where they each hit 50, 60 balls to warm themselves up and get their hand-eye coordination ready and set for the game. Right?
Yeah.
And remember, a Major League Hall of Famer is only correct 30% of the time.
Right.
Okay? If you can be right in Major League Baseball at 30% of the time, you have a $100 million contract.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's a great point. Yeah.
And the point that I'm getting at is this: you have to warm up the people, the younger generations, your children, my children, your youngest are a little bit older than my son. Okay. My son is 8. Okay. They're more open to what we could ever see.
Yeah.
Our parents are more blinded to things than we are. We are more blinded than our children. We're more open-minded, but we're still more blinded. So what you have to do is you got to wait for those older generations to die off. those Armageddon is going to come any day here. We got to prepare for the rapture, people to die off. Once they're dead, they're gone. And I hate to put it callously like that. Okay? But they go into the reincarnation. They go into the reincarnation bingo ball and see if their number gets drawn again. And when
the old way of thinking goes with them. And
absolutely.
the new paradigm is possible.
Right? They don't
that are
care.
More flexible.
Exactly. They don't care about you or me or our parents. It's the younger generations that are going to make this happen. Because the younger generations, okay, God bless them for being a lot more open-minded than what we are. Okay? They don't care, right? They don't care about who you identify as. They don't care about what your job is, what your salary is, what kind of house you own. They don't care what kind of vehicle you drive.
Right.
What they care about is, are we cool?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you good to me? Okay. It's a proven business fact that younger people today under the age of 30 have no care for the amount of money they make. What they want is two things: time off and a title. This is why you get people promoted to manager and they're making, say, $16 an hour as a server, but they go up to management, they go to $16.50. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
Title is more important than the money.
That's a good point.
The respect is more important than the money.
It's a
right?
new generation.
Though, and then we wonder how these younger generations are affording $500,000-$600,000 houses, on their first mortgage, right? I don't know how they do it, but when you live in mom's basement, like North American society is becoming much more like the Hindu culture, which is everybody lives in the same household and combines their income. So that way everybody is wealthy. Everybody has food. Everybody has a roof over their heads. Everybody has electricity, internet, a car to drive. That's why the Hindu culture is so successful in many, many ways. Right?
Yeah. Families that stick together. Absolutely.
Families stick together.
Yeah.
So anyways, Tim, you hold on for a couple minutes. I got to wind this thing down because believe it or not, I have to work tomorrow. Tim, I want you to stick around behind the scenes here for a moment. But thank you so much. Tomorrow and Sunday, this will actually be Lynn Wallington's final weekend as we're moving her from the Saturday and Sunday to Tuesdays and Thursdays starting in April. So her final weekend is this weekend, where she will be having tomorrow Preston Dennett on, and then our good friend Carlene Linksweiler on Sunday, talking about UFOs and consciousness and hypnotherapy and everything. And then the After Hours show will continue as it normally does on Saturdays and Sundays from 8 p.m. Pacific to 11 p.m. Pacific or 11 p.m. Eastern until 2 a.m. Eastern. So a little bit of a shift for Lynn as we pull her off the weekends. We put her on during the week. The main reason why we are doing this is because, for two reasons. Number one, we've never had a doorway open during the weekdays. And Lynn is perfect for that. And it spreads out what we are doing and spreads it out for the audience, which is awesome. But number two, for over a year now, it's almost a year now or over a year now, where Lynn has been doing the weekends. And in 1 year, she hasn't been able to go watch her fiance play his music gigs.
Oh, she's got to have some free time on the weekends.
So
then.
we're
Yeah,
giving her free times on the weekends. But
that's
don't
great.
worry, the after hours show is still going to be there. We're still going to be 7 days a week, and it's still awesome. And go from there. So check out, this is Lynn's last weekend before she moves to Tuesdays and Thursdays. And yeah, everybody else, I will see you on Monday. It's a short week for me next week because I am right after the Thursday show, hopping in my vehicle and driving to Vancouver International Airport, which is 5.5 hours away, so I could catch my flight to San Francisco and take in UFO Con 2022. And we go from there, everyone. You guys all have a good night. On behalf of my buddy Tim right here. Where is he? Right there.
Right there. Yeah.
Me. Good night.